A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the Goldbergs.
Sit down, darling. Sit down, dear.
I'm sitting.
How many shall I set for, Mark?
How many shall I set for? Figure out. Papa, Smelly, you and me, we are 4, and
David and his mother is 6.
And Boydie is 7.
7.
Why don't you put a sign out, Molly? Hotel Goldbergs?
Oh, please, Dick, don't start. Don't start. Rosalie said, I think I'd better put an extra leaf in the table, Mark. It was crowded this morning.
Of course, put the leaf in. Who can tell who'll knock on the door?
Oh, Jake, please.
Did you hear me say something? Set, Rosalie, set. Don't stand. Set for 7.
I can't set the table until the bread comes, Ma.
The bread didn't deliver itself yet.
No.
Oh, man. So get me the grocer. I have a few more things to order.
All right.
Then will our guest list get smaller, Molly?
Oh, Jake, please.
I want the grocery, please.
When is David and his mother leaving?
Jake, please, she's not leaving. She's not leaving. She's not going to take the position of Dr. Cadis.
Oh, that's you maneuvering, huh, Molly?
Here, Mark.
Maneuvering.
Just 1 minute, Mr. Wilson.
You made up your mind she shouldn't take the position, huh?
Oh, please, Jake, please. Hello? Yes, Mr. Wilson? This is Mrs. Goldberg. My order wasn't delivered yet, and, oh. Well, if it didn't leave the store, then will you please add these things?
There has to be some subtraction around here, Molly.
Please, Jake, please. Mr. Wilson, you there? Take down, please. I want 3 dozen eggs.
And now me I'm feeding.
2 pounds of butter.
2 pounds.
Papa, please.
Yes, Papa, please. The bills come to me, not to you, Papa, please.
Mr. Wilson, sugar, lumps, and otherwise. And just 1 minute, Mr. Wilson. Hold, Rosalie. Throw an eye in the flour bin. See if I got enough flour.
All right, Ma.
Hello? And, hello, Mr. Wilson. I also want some walnuts. Cracked.
Correct.
Yes. 3 pounds. And just a minute, hold. All the flour?
No flour, Ma.
I got no flour.
No.
Hello? I want flour. 5 pounds.
Flour.
Yes. And, Mr. Wilson, you there? I didn't know you was on the phone yet. I want some knick-knack crackers.
Knick-knack crackers.
Yes. All right. Now, would you read me backwards, please? Yes. Yes. That's right. And send me a little box nutmeg.
Nutmeg.
Yes. All right. That's all.
That's all, huh?
Oh, Jake, please, Jake. When I'm talking.
When are you not talking?
Go in and sit, Rosalie, please.
All right, Ma.
Molly, we are a family of 4. I can't afford to feed 4 additional mouths. I can't.
It's only Jake.
Whatever it is, I can't afford it. I'm no millionaire, and I'm not a charity institution. David's mother had an opportunity to have a position, and you talked her out of it. Why? Because it might be easier for me.
It wasn't the right position for her, Jake.
She can't afford to be choosy. When you're hungry, you got to eat.
You got to eat.
And when you have to eat, you have to wait.
She'll find something, Jake.
Then, there was many things in my life that I didn't like doing, but when I had to do them, I did.
She will, Jake.
I said when.
I'll find something already for David's mother.
And when is Boydie checking out?
Soon.
Oh, so soon. All right, Molly, all right. Just continue this way, and we'll also be knocking at doors for a crumb of bread.
Oh, Jake, please. Please, you never get poor from giving, Jake, please. That I found out a long time ago. What better example do we need than Mr. Ray, the ex-millionaire that's here now that's going into the chicken business, huh? He got poor from taking.
Don't riddle me now with your Shakespeare, please. When supper is ready and there is enough to go around, call me.
I'll do that, dear.
What's the matter, Ma?
Nothing. What's the matter? Nothing is the matter. What's the matter? The fire engine is ringing or something in the village. Should be the matter. Call everybody for supper, Rosalie, please.
The bread isn't here yet, Ma.
It will be here. The bread will be here. How long will it take him to deliver? You heard me calling. It will be here momentarily. Be ready before everybody comes in the house and wash yourself and gets ready. Go, I want you to go over for David. Maybe she's by Martha Wilberforce. And Ori, and tell them to come over ready for supper.
I will, Ma.
So maybe some besides myself already. Nobody's doing already. Oh, Mr. Ray? Come in, Mr. Ray. Come in. Rosalie, so give a go.
Oh, all right, Ma.
Go ahead and tell them to come.
All right.
Please, just calling everybody together for supper, Mr. Ray. Would you mind sitting down, please?
Thank you. Mrs. Goldberg.
Yes, Mr. Ray.
Do you think you could give me a list of the summer hotels around here?
The summer hotels. Well, right at the moment, I remember the Shady Lawn. The Shady Lawn. And I remember the terrace. Well, I could find out, yes, surely.
I want to see if I can't line up some business for the spring.
Oh.
There's no sense in raising chickens unless I have customers to sell them to.
Of course. You have to have customers. Of course. Are you going to sell them yourself, Mr. Ray? I mean,
Yes, of course.
Oh. Well,
Oh. You mean they won't give me their business when they find out who I am?
Well, I mean...
People may not want to talk to me, but if I sell cheap, they'll buy. They don't care who they buy from, so long as they can save money.
Well, I wouldn't say that was true in this town, Mr. Ray.
People are the same everywhere.
Yeah. Maybe, perhaps.
I've got to earn a living.
Of course. Well, I'm just thinking, you'll have so much to do raising chickens all alone. That, I mean, is a lot of work.
Molly, why don't you ask Mrs. Lum? Maybe her brother-in-law has something for Orion.
Oh, thank you, Drake. That's an idea. You see, Miss Ray, to raise chickens is quite a to-do. Look at all the trouble I have with mine dozen hens and mine 2 roosters, and you'll have hundreds.
Molly, I'll call on Mendel. Maybe he'll have something in his office for Orion.
That's a very good idea, Jake, dear. It's a very good idea. You see, Mr. Ray, if you could have somebody to help you, I mean, to go around to the people that own the hotels and make the first acquaintance. I mean, someone who people would, how shall I say it, that would be a little sympathetic with them and for the first moment. I mean, for instance, David's mother, Mrs. Leland. I mean, excuse me.
Maybe Uncle David's son Sally. The doctor's son Sally. The doctor's son Sally. The doctor will have something for Orion.
It's a very good idea, Jane, dear. Very good idea. You see, Mr. Ray, I don't think 2 people would be too much in the chicken business. And, of course, if she would be a partner, I mean, I would assist in the first non-consequential expenses. And in that way, she could also have something. I mean...
I don't think Dr. Cater would like it.
Well, what has Dr. Cater got to do with it?
Didn't he offer her a position in his father's house?
Yeah, but she refused.
Well, if she refused, then it's even worse than I thought it was. He's not only in love with her, but, well, she's in love with him.
Of course, Mr. Way is going too fast, and yet, why should he offer such opinions if he hasn't been noticing very closely? Molly begins to sense the growth of something she hasn't expected around her, and the center is Orion.
It's taken our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, quite a few years to learn how to get along with her principal, Osgood Conklin. But lately, even in his more difficult moods, he's found ways of getting around him.
Yes, and one of the best ways is up the fire escape on the other side of the building. This is the route I took to class most of last week, when our beloved principal was on one of his infamous economy drives. This newest campaign was particularly ill-timed, since Mr. Boynton badly needed new equipment for his laboratory, and since I badly needed Mr. Boynton a new desk in my visit room, I was pretty depressed. For 3 days, my landlady saw the gloom gathering, and Thursday morning at breakfast, she tried to dispel it.
Connie, don't you want to let me hear about your problem?
I'd love to, Mrs. Davis, but it's really nothing you can help me with.
Well, all right, dear. If you don't choose to discuss it, I certainly won't pry.
Thanks, Mrs. Davis. I think I'd better keep this to myself.
Just as you say. But I know if it were me, I'd want to tell someone about Mr. Conklin's economy drive and how it's going to affect Mr. Boynton getting his new laboratory equipment and you getting new desks for your classroom.
As I say, I think I'd better keep this to yourself. Mrs. Davis, how did you find out about it?
Well, dear, when I went in to awaken you this morning, you were talking about it in your sleep.
How did I sound?
Clear as a bell.
Good. I'm glad I didn't confuse you by mumbling. Mr. Conklin's newest economy drive is designed to convince the state examiner that he can slash our school budget when he visits Madison today.
Well, there's no point in worrying about it this minute, is there? Dear, why not read the comics? It'll take your mind off things for a while.
No, thanks, Mrs. Davis. I have enough tragedy in my own life.
Well, you don't mind if I glance at the news on the front page, do you?
No, indeed. That'll give me a perfect chance to look at the want ads on the back page.
Same old thing. War, crime, and... Oh, Connor, it's him. It's his picture right here on the front page.
Whose picture?
Connor, he's out. William Dobson is out.
I had no idea he was in.
Who's William Dobson? Oh, that's right. You wouldn't know. It happened before you came here. Well, this William Dobson was a crook, a housebreaker, and Mr. Conklin was involved in the case.
Mr. Conklin?
Yes. You see, this man Dobson was convicted of armed robbery, and they sent him to prison for 10 years.
I see. And they made Mr. Conklin principal of Madison High.
Mr. Conklin was foreman of the jury which convicted Dobson. The jury was split 11 to 1 for releasing him, but gradually Mr. Conklin convinced them all of his point of view.
It sounds like the jury was made up of his faculty. But why get so excited, Mrs. Davis?
Well, Dobson claimed he was innocent, and when he heard what had happened, he swore as soon as he got out, he'd find Mr. Conklin and kill him.
And he got out yesterday?
Yeah. The story says he was paroled yesterday.
Well, he'll have to hurry if he wants to do us any good.
Connie, this is no laughing matter. Look at this picture of Mr. Dobson. Look at that thick black hair and those eyebrows, that menacing scowl, that long scar down the side of his face. Does this look like the face of a man who wouldn't use a gun?
This looks like the face of a man who wouldn't have to use a gun. He'd scare his victim to death. Mrs. Davis, all this happened many years ago. Dodson's certainly forgotten about his threat by now, anyway.
Well, that's probably Walter to drive you to school.
Come on in, Walter.
I'd better go out and get the boys some breakfast.
Greetings, Miss Brooks, on this, one of the blackest days in Madison's annals.
What's the matter, Walter?
Our football team has had to suspend practice.
Why, Walter? No coach?
No football.
I couldn't think of a better reason if I tried all winter. Certainly, Mr. Conklin's economy drive hasn't been carried that far.
Oh, farther. Harriet tells me the only reason Mr. Conklin's doing it is so the state examiner can see that Madison can operate on a reduced budget while he's here today. What would happen to the budget if Mr. Conklin never saw the examiner?
I suppose it would remain the same.
Well, something's got to be done. Why, things have gotten so bad even the school custodian quit yesterday.
The school custodian?
Yeah, Mr. Conklin cut his salary from $50 a week to
for $35, plus all the coal he could carry home. Now, where's he going to get any man to work for $35 unless the fellow's desperate, or been out of work for years, or just out of prison? Huh? I think I've got a little idea that will answer our purpose just as well as an accident. It merely involves frightening our principal a bit.
You mean scare him out of his wits, Miss Brooks?
No, Walter, just out of school for a day or two.
But, Daddy, how far can you carry your economy program?
Watch me. It's done solely for the benefit of my school.
But this year's budget provides...
Harriet, this year's budget is subject to revision as soon as Mr. Monaghan arrives this afternoon. However, right now I have the more pressing problem of replacing our school custodian.
Well, that's part of what I'm saying, Daddy. Or the idea of offering a man $35 and all the coal he can carry home. Where are you going to get a man for that?
Well, you may have a point there, child. Perhaps my offer is a bit low.
Well, of course it is.
Well, if I get a really good man, I'll make it all the coal both he and his wife can carry. You'll excuse me, Harriet.
But, Daddy, I'm not through yet.
Oh, if I were a betting man. I just leave, but come in.
Good morning, Mr. Conklin.
Morning, Harriet.
Oh, hi, Miss Brooks.
Harriet was just on her way out, Miss Brooks.
Oh, but, Daddy,
Miss Brooks, will you kindly say Harriet just left?
Harriet just left?
Thank you. And now, Harriet, you wouldn't want to make a liar out of Miss Brooks.
Oh, all right. Bye, Miss Brooks.
Bye, Harriet.
I know.
You're Matthew Jones?
The inspector for the state board? That's right.
Anything like that. I just stopped by to visit you. Mr. Harvey, our school secretary, resigned, so yesterday afternoon I hired you. I hope I haven't got authority, Mr. Conklin.
Yes, my dear. Oh, why, that's splendid. Splendid. And this is going to work for 35.
And he says he'll be in the coal. His new suit carrying. Yes, he said one when he left his last the day before yesterday.
Yeah, it's usually good. Last position long.
Jester, he spent 7 years in the same place without ever once losing a game.
That's a fine record. What's his name, Miss Brooks?
William Dodson.
That's a good sounding name. That has a real respectable character. What it means you have to William! Miss Brooks!
He is in Dannemora, or is an Osman beach in Devil's Island. Why, Mr. Conklin, do you know the man?
Name is what killed me. I was foreman of the jury that sent him to jail for 10 years, 7 years ago. Wait a minute. He can't be out of jail yet. He can't. He can't.
William Dodson, the ex-convict, news of his release would be in the paper. Probably right on the front page.
Listen, nice to see you. That's the thing that I haven't read this morning's paper yet. Well, I have it right here on my desk. Let's see now. Nothing but the usual stuff. War, crime, Miss Brooks is him! I'd recognize that face anywhere. Thick black hair, bushy eyebrows, menacing scowl.
Maybe it's John L. Lewis.
William Dodson is out. He's been paroled. What am I going to do, Miss Brooks? He's trying to kill me. Now help me, Miss Brooks. Please help me. Think of something. Think of anything.
Well, there's one thing you could do, Mr. Conklin. Get out of town. Or better still, get out of the state.
Good idea, Miss Brooks. Good idea. I'll get out of the state.
That's it. Dobson wouldn't dare kill you in another state. It would be a violation of his parole.
I'll grab the first train. There was no time to lose. I'll leave at once. Goodbye, Miss Brooks. I'll see you when this blows over.
Well, that works even better than I thought it would. Now, Mr. Conklin, how was your trip?
Just what was I thinking of? I can't leave now. What about my new budget?
Oh, take it with you by all means. Give you something to read on the train.
No, you don't understand. Mr. Lonergan will be here at 3 to go over it with me. It's his only day in town. I can't disappoint him.
But you can't disappoint me either. That is, what about Dodson?
Well, I'll keep Whitman most of the day, Miss Brooks. And when you see Dodson, tell him the job is filled. Tell him one false move, and he'll be back up the river.
Yes, sir, but I hope he gets here before 3.
Why?
Because after that, I'll be up the creek. Well, Mr. Conklin decided he would remain in school, but in hiding until the state examiner arrived that afternoon. He kept himself so well hidden, in fact, that none of us had the slightest idea where he was. That is, until I had occasion to go into the female faculty room to relax for a few moments. I picked the softest, most comfortable armchair I could find and flopped into it.
Get off me this instant.
Well, by noon, when I went down to pick up Mr. Boynton for lunch, I was a bit more wary. When I entered his laboratory, however, I was due for one more shock. Mr. Boynton's face looked as if he was made up for N-Man on a minstrel show. Of course, he had a ready explanation.
I ran into Mr. Conklin, Miss Brooks.
Where, inside the furnace?
He gave me the task of tending the furnace when I ran into him in the infirmary.
The infirmary?
Yes, he signaled to me from under the bed. What are you doing under there?
Well, those springs have needed counting for weeks. It's just another hiding place of his, Mr. Interlocutor. Mr. Boynton.
Really? I thought Walter was exaggerating when he told me how you frightened him this morning. Imagine Mr. Conklin worrying about one insignificant paroled prisoner.
Particularly when he's got so many unparoled ones on his own faculty. But unfortunately, he wasn't frightened enough to leave school.
Well, the scheme almost worked, Miss Brooks. But I can't understand any man being so frightened of anyone else. I can frankly say I fear no man.
I know. You concentrate on women. Here, you better use my mirror and wipe the soot off your face, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, yes. Thanks, Miss Brooks. Hey, will you look at me? I really do look like an N-man in a minstrel show. All I need is some lipstick around my mouth, and the disguise would be complete.
If that's an offer, I accept. It would, wouldn't it? Now, if you're through, Mr. Boynton, we'd better be on our way to lunch.
If you don't mind, Miss Brooks, I'd like to clean out my rabbit cage before I go.
Better look inside first. Mr. Conklin may be hiding in there. Besides, in his frame of mind, there must be some way of frightening him out of school before 3.
I don't see how, Miss Brooks, unless William Dodson actually did appear, and that sort of thing simply doesn't happen.
Except to Gary Cooper. Well, forget about the rabbit cage and let's go to lunch.
All right. After you, Miss Brooks. Excuse me.
Yes?
I'm looking for a guy named Osgood Conklin. I tried in his office, but they didn't know where he was. Would either of you know?
Why, yes. If you take a right at the first ash can, then a left at the next infirmary bed, then go straight ahead, you may find him in one of the drain pipes.
We don't know where he is either.
No, we haven't decided that. But pardon me, but you look awfully familiar. Haven't I seen your face somewhere before?
It's possible, if you looked over this morning's paper.
Oh, I looked over it, but you're definitely not Mrs. Davis. However, I'm sure The morning paper. Of course. You're William Dodson.
That's right. William Dodson.
Oh, don't shoot. Please don't shoot. I'll do anything you say, only please don't shoot. Read your publicity. Shoot Mr. Conklin.
Mr. Conklin? Oh, no. You got me all wrong. Why, I haven't even got a gun.
No gun? What are you going to do? Poison him? Strangle him? Stab him with a knife? Don't make it anything too messy. He cut the cleaning woman's salary, and we wouldn't want to lose her, too. What method do you intend to use? Strangling? Poisoning? What method?
Lady, the only reason I'm here is to thank Mr. Conklin.
Now, that's a method I would never have thought of. Thank him?
You're here to thank him?
But he's the man who convinced the whole jury that you were guilty.
I know. And I'll be grateful to him as long as I live.
If I wasn't so fascinated, I'd faint. But how could you possibly be grateful to him for sending you to jail?
Oh, lady, you don't know what it's like. For the first time, I was living a good, clean life. Good food, plenty of exercise. I had absolutely no worries. My hours were regular, my time my own. I got loads of rest.
Mr. Boynton, do you know any good banks we could stick up?
But in spite of all that, you were in prison.
Yes, and it was Mr. Conklin who put you there. And you did threaten to shoot him when you got out.
Lady, that was when I was still a crook with no education. Well, you know, I even went through high school while I was in prison.
I knew it. That ruins most people. You certainly got a lot more out of it than most people.
Well, if you're so determined to thank him, Mr. Dodson, could you please put it off until tomorrow?
That's it. Threaten him today and thank him tomorrow.
Look, I don't even know what you two are talking about, but I've been waiting 7 long years to thank Mr. Conklin, and today's the day I'm going to do it, just as soon as I can find him.
Then find him you will, Mr. Dodson, and I know Mr. Boynton will be delighted to help you.
I will?
Yes, I just recalled Mr. Conklin saying he was going down to the boiler room to speak to the new school custodian. You know, Mr. Boynton, the room with the big heavy door with the big lock.
Oh, yes, the boiler room. Come on, Mr. Dodson, I'll take you down there. Well, thanks, but I won't be putting you out, will I? Oh, I don't mind putting myself out a little.
No, indeed, particularly when it's more important to put someone else in. With the state examiner due any minute and Dodson locked in the locker room, it's the only chance we've got, Walter.
Yeah, but if this doesn't get Mr. Conklin out of school, what are we going to do, Miss Brooks?
I may consider blasting. It ought to do the trick, particularly if Mrs. Davis and Mr. Boynton come through as hoped for.
Oh, I'm sure they will.
Well, here we are. Now, are you certain the invisible man, Mr. Conklin, is in his office?
Oh, I can't be positive, Miss Brooks. But 5 minutes ago, I did see someone sneak in Miss Enright's coat and hat.
That's Mr. Conklin.
Oh, that's funny. But I could have sworn he was in there.
Oh, he's in there. It's just difficult to hear anything from under the desk.
Oh, okay. Good luck, Miss Brooks.
Mr. Conklin. Mr. Conklin.
Oh, it's you, Miss Brooks. Goodness, I almost wrenched my back sleeping under the desk. For a moment, I thought it was you-know-who.
Well, that's what I came in to see you about, sir. You-know-who, Dodson, is coming.
I'm good. When did you speak to him, Miss Brooks?
I finally spoke to him on the phone not 2 minutes ago. I told him he was fired, but he didn't take it at all well.
What do you mean?
He said he'd be right over to kill you. You better leave at once, sir.
Oh, I want to, Miss Brooks, but Mr. Lonergan will be here in a minute, and he expects to see me. Conklin, forgive me for breaking in like this, sir, but get out as quick as you can. Flee for your life. He's in the building. He's in the building? Who's in the building?
That's who. It's Dodson, Mr. Conklin.
Yes, sir. Get out while you still can. It was all I could do to get here ahead of him to warn you. But Miss Brooks only spoke to him on the phone 2 minutes ago, Boynton.
He was probably calling from the corner drugstore. You'd better get out at once, sir.
Oh, yes, at once. You didn't tell him the truth about where I was, did you, Boynton? Oh, I had to, sir. He forced me to at the point of a gun, Mr. Conklin. At the point of a gun? Then it's true, he's got a gun. If he's headed this way, I can't get out in time. Quick, lock the door. Never mind. I'll do it. Here. At least that ought to hold it for a little while.
All right, Conklin, you rat. I've waited 7 long years for this. Open up. I've got 6 bullets, and they've all got your name on them.
Don't worry, sir. These 3 are bound to miss. It's the law of averages.
Please, Mr. Dodson, please, I beseech you. Don't kill our principal. It's only one life to you, but hundreds of us kids depend on him.
Walter's begging for your life, sir. What do you expect? That idiot Denton's always begging for something. Big boy, dance!
Oh, get away from me, kid. This is where Conklin gets it. All right, Conklin. If you won't open up, I'll get a fire axe and break the door down.
And do. He's going to get an axe and break the door down.
This I gotta see. Now's your chance, sir.
My chance?
While he's away, you can escape through your inner office.
Oh, yes, I never thought of that. Through my inner office. I'll leave at once, yes.
Hello, Mr. Conklin. Remember me, William Dodson?
Oh, no.
Well, I'm sorry. I haven't time now to renew old acquaintances. There's a maniac on the loose outside, and he's... William Dodson! Please don't shoot! I beg of you, please don't shoot me!
Look, Mr. Conklin, I don't know what this is all about, but I'm not here to kill you.
Not here to kill me? But you were threatening me a minute ago outside the door. I don't understand.
Oh, I do, sir. This man is obviously an imposter. You can still escape if you go...
Mr. Conklin, hurting you is the furthest thing from my mind. Why, while I was in jail, I became a completely honest man.
But 7 years ago, you swore you'd kill me when you got out.
Yes, and if you're so honest, the only thing you can do is to keep your word.
Sir, the reason I came by today was to thank you.
You came by to thank me?
Sir, you're not going to believe that after what you just heard outside the door.
Mr. Conklin, I'll always be grateful to you for giving me the 7 best years of my life. But when I told these people I wanted to thank you, they locked me in the boiler room.
What?
Oh, we had to, sir. How did we know what he'd do after he thanked you? After all, you heard him threaten you. How do you know what he'll do next? Look, there's still time to escape, sir.
All right, Conklin. I'll give you 3 to open up, and then I'll break the door down.
There's still time for Mr. Boynton and me to escape. Come on, Mr. Boynton.
Yes, the moment, Miss Brooks. Now, who would that be?
Maybe Dodson has a twin brother, sir.
Well, suppose we open the door and find out who it is, shall we?
I just as soon remain in the dark if it's all the same to you.
Well, hello, Margaret.
Don't play with me, you pig.
Use, Mrs. Davis. I'm sure he recognizes you.
I suppose so. I had a feeling this handkerchief over my face wouldn't do much good.
Not only do I recognize you, Margaret, but I finally recognize Miss Machiavelli's little scheme. You thought you'd frighten me off the premises before Mr. Lonergan arrived, didn't you, Miss Brooks? My, what will the members of my faculty think of next?
This is your faculty? Boy, am I glad I took my high school courses by correspondence.
You're having the thing on me. I wish I taught that way.
Mr. Conklin, I know all this looks bad, but we had to do something. What would we have done after you presented your revised budget to Mr. Lonergan?
You would have done extremely well, Boyden, since I had revised it appreciably upward.
Upward?
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 You can close your collective mouth now. My emergency program was designed to convince Mr. Lonergan that no school could exist on our current expenditures. The revised budget is right over here on the desk. Anybody care to see it before I make one more revision?
One more revision?
Yes, Miss Brooks.
Now, if you'll excuse me, sir, I, too, have one revision to make around here.
Miss Brooks, why did you break that window pane?
Since the window was locked, it was the only way I could jump out.
Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, transcribed, is produced and directed by Larry Byrne, written by Joe Cullen, with the music of Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Bob Rockwell, Gloria McMillan, and Mary Jane Cross. This is Wendell Niles inviting you to be with us again next Sunday at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. This is the CBS Radio Network.
I'll do it as Junior, huh?
Okay, Red, let's hear your message.
Okay. Work is never a chore when you buy Tide at the store. Clothes are fluffy and white, pieces sparkly and bright. Who could ask for anything more? T-I-D-E, Tide.
From Hollywood, Procter & Gamble's Tide, the largest selling wash day product in America, proudly presents the Red Skelton program. With Red Skelton, David Rose and his orchestra, our singing stars, the Four Knights, Maureen Tuttle, Pat McGee, and Dick Ryan, Martha Wentworth, and John Holbrook will be me, Rod O'Connor. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer gave their clown the afternoon off, and Procter & Gamble told him to relax while they looked for a loophole in his contract. So, here's what happened when I dropped by his house to go to the racetrack with Red Skelton.
Hey, Fred, Mr. Fred. I'm in here polishing the silverware, Mr. Skelton.
Oh?
Yeah, my, this sure is a beautiful pattern.
Isn't it, though?
Yeah, I'll bet it's expensive with that S engraved on it.
It ought to be. I got it from the Shamrock Hotel in Houston.
You mean you stole it?
No, I just took 8 place settings as a souvenir, was all.
Oh, goodness me. And how about those guest towels with the monogrammed S on them? Shamrock Hotel, too?
No, Standard Oil Station. These jokes sound like they were written by someone who was just robbed.
Say about that robbery. I understand Edna was light and airy about the whole thing.
Yeah, when she turned on the light, she went right up in the air.
And she had a watchdog, too.
Yeah, I called Edna this morning, and the dog answered the phone. He said, if you need anything, come on over. She's out.
Someone's at the door.
Yeah, I'll go see who it is.
Okay.
Hiya, Skelton.
Hi, Ron.
How come you answered the door? Isn't Fred old Mr. Worrywart here anymore?
No, he's not here. You mean Sugar? No, he's not here. Before he came along, I had to wait on myself, but now it's different. I have to wait on him, too.
Say, how's that picture you're making with Fred Astaire and Dick Thorpe coming along?
3 little words?
Yeah.
Well, I don't like to brag, but Dory Sherry saw the first rushes, and he came up to me and he says, well, Skelton, you've done it again. This time we sue.
No, the MGM says this picture will make a big star out of me.
Who for, Republic?
I hope you'll remember to write to me after you're gone. We're going to miss you around here, boy.
Well, you know, Red, you've been working too hard lately. How about going out the racetrack?
I told you I didn't want to go out to the track. That track's nothing but a Truman tax program with pari-mutuel.
Oh, come on, Red. You know, you need a change.
Yeah, that's just it. What change I've got, I'm not going to give to the track. I can't afford to lose money. You know, I'm not like Bob Hope. He can stick a hole in the ground, you know, like that, and up comes oil. Yeah. Me, I drill a hole in the ground, and a gopher comes up and sticks his tongue out at me. Hey, no kidding. I was digging in my yard the other day, and a gopher came up and he says, please, you're tickling my wife.
Oh, come on. Let's go to the races. Say, I've got some good tips today we can't miss.
Yeah, that's what you said the last time we went to the races with you. He gave me a radio horse. Just as the race started, the horse turned to the grandstand and says, so long, folks. See you next week, same time, same place. Oh, I got more, huh?
Yes.
Boy, those horses... Oh, boy, it's pretty hard stuff to do, you know, pretty hard. The white stuff I can handle. It's black and white stuff throws me. Those horses that you bet on are so slow, if they can get out of the starting gate, they gave them a saliva test. Oh, sorry, I mentioned it. You go to the races without me. Go ahead. I'm going to stay home and rinse out a few things. I send some of my stuff to the laundry, but I like to do my silk myself.
But, Red, I've got 2 passes to the clubhouse, and, you know, Santa Anita's beautiful this time of year.
Yeah, that's one thing nice about Santa Anita, boy. When you lose your shirt, you can always take a sunbath and get a tan. They're turning out some of the healthiest bums in the world.
Well, come on out, Red. You know, you might get some ideas for our program.
Okay, I'll go with you, but I'm only going to take $2 with me. Hey, Fred, would you like to come along with us, go to the racetrack?
No, Mr. Skelton. I never leave the house. No, sir.
I want you to get this now.
I never leave the house. You see, if you go out of the house, you meet people, and they have germs, and then you catch the germs, and you get sick, then you have to stay in the house, and that's awful.
Now I wish they'd have stolen Edna. Say, Rod, let's call Dave Rose and see if he'd like to go with us. Do you know his number?
Oh, yes. This week they're playing the 12-speed rag.
Oh.
Making wash day miracles is Tide's business. And here's the latest, greatest Tide miracle of all. Now, Procter & Gamble's Tide promises you a dazzling clean wash without rinsing. Think of it, clean clothes without rinsing. Here's how Tide works this new miracle. Tide not only gets the dirt out of clothes, but keeps that dirt suspended in the sudsy wash water. When you've wrung out the water, you've wrung out the dirt, too. Clothes go straight from the wringer or spin dryer to the wash line, fresh, clean, and white. They dry soft and fluffy. They iron easily. They smell sweet and clean. And I mean clean. You're all familiar with how clean Tide gets clothes with rinsing. Actually cleaner than any other washing product known, bar none. Now try that same wonderful Tide without rinsing. Why, your clothes will be unbelievably bright and white and fresh. And you'll save time and work. And remember, the Tide you pick up from your dealer's shelf today in the same familiar package gives you a dazzling clean wash without rinsing.
Tide is dirt out, T-I-D-E, Tide.
The lady that sneezed during the commercial? Oh, Connor, I don't know why I let you talk me into coming out here to these races. We've been here for 3 races. If we were smart, we'd end the show right here, you know. We've been here for 3 races, and I haven't won a dime.
What page are you on?
Page 12. My name's Skelton, by the way.
Well, the reason we haven't been winning, we've just been picking the wrong horses.
I don't think there were horses. The one in the last race had to stop in the middle of the track to be milked.
Oh, now, come on, stop worrying, you know. We'll get even yet, Red.
Yeah?
Oh, say, look who's coming this way.
Oh, yeah, old forgetful Freddie. Hi, Freddie.
Oh, good day, gentlemen. I say, would you like a good horse in the next race?
Oh, what are you, a trout? Trout?
I say, how should I know?
You say you got a good tip for us in the next race, huh?
Oh, yes.
What is it?
This horse can't possibly lose.
Oh, really?
His name is,
Well, hurry up. Those horses don't live forever, you know. Yeah, give me his name, just his name.
The name?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. The name of the horse is,
I never heard of him.
I say, isn't it silly? I have the name right on the very tip of my tongue.
Well, stick it out. I'll try to read it for you. Did he have a racing program? Maybe you'll see his name. Here, you look at my program. Maybe
I see. Thank you. There. Most interesting. Now, which horse did you say was going to win?
Well, the one... You were going to tell me.
I say, how sneaky can you get? I was minding my own business, and you slither up behind me and say you've got a hot tip for me, and now you're trying to get out of it.
Now, look, brain trust. You're all mixed up. You started this.
I think it's about time something was done about you racetrack touts. And I'm going to turn you over to the authorities.
Huh?
Oh, police officer! Police officer! Please come! I've got one of Mickey's boys for you.
Let's get out of here. Get out of here before that jerk gets us into trouble.
Hey, Red, we're trapped.
What's the matter?
Polly the panhandler just spotted us.
Oh, yeah, old Miss La Brea Tar Pit of 1950. I see she's still wearing that mangy old fur coat.
Is that real fur?
I don't think it was real when the animal was wearing it. It's got a nice lining to it, though. Of course, you need something to paste that hair on. Hi, Polly.
Howdy, gents. Say, do you youngsters remember me?
Yes, we remember you, Polly.
Well, then I guess I'll have to try a new approach. Say, buddy, you wouldn't happen to have $20,000 in jewels on you, would you?
No, I'm just a guy with a lot of brass myself.
I'm disappointed. You wouldn't happen to have a hairbrush on you. This fur coat has dandruff, something awful.
Now, look, you're not going to start begging again, are you?
Well, how else is a gal going to make an honest living? Years ago, when I was queen of the silent pictures, I could have anything I wanted. But now all I get is $30 on 30 days. Well, I remember the time Mussolini wanted to take me to Stromboli. Yeah, but I was married to a tree surgeon at the time. I couldn't go. Hey,
sure got a great part in this one, ain't it?
Say, youngster, you wouldn't happen to have an old lower plate you're not using, would you? I'm terribly nervous, and it's no fun gumming my fingernails.
Well, how do you feel today?
Oh, I'm on an awful strict diet. My doctor gave me a warning yesterday.
You've got to lose weight?
No, that I better give him back his wallet.
Oh, now, you wouldn't lift anybody's wallet, would you, Polly?
No. Hey, this is an awful cute picture of your wife and kids.
Well, give me my wallet, will you?
Don't get excited, youngster. I was only admiring the pictures.
Yeah?
Say, could I keep one?
Well, what do you want with a picture of my kids?
Oh, I was referring to this picture of Hamilton on a $10 bill. It's such a good likeness.
Well, I'm sorry. I've already promised it to Harry Truman.
Say, listen, you wouldn't happen to have an old win ticket on the next race, would you?
No.
Oh, you wouldn't happen to have a pair of glasses on you, would you? I'd like to check my racing form.
Oh, don't you have any glasses?
Sure, I got a couple of dozen pairs here in my bag, but those people on the streetcar just didn't happen to be wearing the kind I need. Well, I gotta be ambling along, youngster. That racetrack cop has spotted me again.
Goodbye, Polly. Hey, the horses are coming out on the track.
Yeah, I'm going to get a bet down.
Yeah, well, I'll meet you at the usual spot down to the rail there.
Well, look who's at the cashier's window. Willie Lump Lump.
All right, come on, boy, come on. Give me my dough. Give me my money.
Look, I'm trying to explain to you, this ain't a race ticket. This is a bus transfer.
Okay, then, give me my bus.
Please, let's not start a scene.
Why, can't you act? I'm not starting a scene. Just hand me over my money or I'm going to get up on my knees and poke you one.
I can't give you any money until you hand over your ticket for the last race.
Well, that's impossible. I got so excited that I ate it.
Oh, that's awful.
I thought it tastes pretty good myself. Now, about my dough now. Come on, I need it. I got a wife to think of, and that's a pretty frightening thought if you ask me.
Well, Willie, maybe I can help you out.
Now, let's not get nosy, fat boy. This guy behind these bars is a crook. That's why they got him behind bars. Anybody behind bars is no friend of mine. No friend of mine. Usually a relative.
Now, calm down and tell me, are you sure you ate your race ticket?
I'm sure. I was standing out there by the rail with a ticket in one hand and a hot dog in the other, see? Mm-hmm. And my horse won, and I stuffed the ticket in my mouth and tore up my hot dog. Look at my mustard-covered hands. I look like I'm wearing yellow gloves, son.
Well, what horse did you bet on?
I bet on that big white one with the brown dots over there.
Well, that isn't a race horse. That's one of the horses that pulls the starting gate around.
If I want to protect my bet, that's my opinion. Well, I think you're trying to talk me out of my money, Fatso. Somehow you just don't look right to me. Oh, sir, you just don't look right to me. I'm a pretty good judge of character around racetrack, but you just don't look right to me. Unquote.
Look, Willie. For 2 cents, I'd bust you one right in the kisser.
Yeah, mercenary, ain't you?
You know, you ought to lay off that stuff. It's getting the best of you.
Don't tell me. I know when I've had enough. When I'm at the bar, I take 2 little quarts and I put them in my ears, see? And I drink until they pop out. When I put them back in, start all over again. I only do it to forget, you know.
Well, what are you trying to forget?
I can't remember that. Oh, yeah, I know what it was. You just don't look right to me.
Oh, I'll see you later.
Yeah, from now on, I'll print my own tickets. It's cheaper.
Well, look who's entertaining in the cocktail lounge between races, the 4 Knights. I'll give a listen.
I say M-O, M-O-P, M-O-P-P, mop, R-A-G-G, M-O-P-P, rag mop, doo-doo, da-da-da, 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 R-A-G-G-M-O-P-P-A. I say Abby, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, M. I say M-O, M-O-P, M-O-P-P. Mop. M-O-P-P, mop, 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 R. I say R-A, R-A-T, R-A-T-T. Rag. R-A-T-T, M-O-P-P, rag, mop, doo-doo, da-da-da-da, rag, mop, doo-doo, da-da-da-da, rag, mop, doo-doo, da-da-da-da, rag, mop, doo-doo, da-da-da-da, rag, mop, 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 R-A-G-G-M-O-P-P, rag, mop.
Tide, the product that gave you the world's cleanest wash day, now gives you the world's easiest wash day. Yes, with Procter & Gamble's Tide, you can now get a dazzling clean wash without rinsing. You see, Tide gets the dirt out of clothes and then keeps it suspended in the sudsy water. Wring out the water and the dirt goes too. Clothes can go straight from the wringer to the wash line, fresh, white, and clean. Yes, clean. You know how clean Tide gets clothes with rinsing. Cleaner than any other washing product known. Now, try that same wonderful Tide without rinsing. The results will amaze you. Remember, every package of Tide now on your dealer's shelf will wash clothes dazzling clean without rinsing. That's right, the Tide on your dealer's shelf right now in the same familiar package will wash clothes dazzling clean without rinsing. So try Tide today.
Wonder where Skelton is. Oh, I beg your pardon, lady. Well, Lorene.
Well, hello, Rod.
Say, how's Junior? Is he being good these days?
Oh, he's acting like a little angel. He's right up... Junior! Let go of that man's garter.
I wasn't doing anything, Mummy. I was going to let go of the garter just as soon as he got far enough away, see?
Yes, and then it would have snapped back and stung his leg.
Oh, you tried this too, huh? Well, where did you find this big pile of lard here?
Junior, why do you call him the way you see him?
I thought... Now, just for that fat boy, I'm going to tell on you. I'm going to tell about the time you went to the hospital and 14 doctors kept looking at you. They didn't know whether to operate or blast.
Now, that's enough, Junior.
No. Goodness, can't we go anywhere without bumping into this Porky here? Why don't you ever stay home, blubber boy?
Well, I do stay at home. I spend a lot of time with my family. I have a little boy just like you.
Oh, you dreamer. You must suffer. You must
now,
suffer.
Now, Rod's little boy, Ricky, is a perfect little gentleman. He always obeys his mother, and he never does anything wrong.
One of them boring kids, huh?
Lorene, the next race is about to start. Should we go out and watch it?
Yes, I have a hunch on a long shot in this race. I just know it's going to win.
Mama, can I hold a ticket just for lucky? I've always wanted to be lucky for you, you know.
Yes, since when?
Yes.
All right, you can hold the ticket, Junior, but don't you dare lose it now.
No, I won't. Can I have a drink of water? I'll guard it with my life.
The fountain is right over there. Now,
okay,
go get it.
I'm going to get a drink of water. I'm going to get a drink of water. Oh, that's cool. Now I'm going back to... Uh-oh, where's the ticket? I thought I had it in his pocket. It's gone. What did you do to the ticket? Oh, I'm practically a hairboy's case now, boy.
Now they're at the post.
Oh, goodness, them hay burners are out on the track already. And this race is going to start, and I'll bet Mummy's horse would be just mean enough to win. Oh, there's a ticket over there on the floor. Looks just like the one Mummy gave me, only hers was yellow and this one's green. Well, maybe she won't know the difference. Maybe she won't know. I'll just give her this one. Hey, Mummy, I'm back.
Please, dear, I'm trying to enjoy myself.
Well, here's your ticket. Don't look at it, though. It might be bad luck. For me, I mean.
Well, you hold on to it, dear, and just hope that my horse Maple Syrup wins.
I can't think of anything worse, believe me.
Oh. There they go. Wally is leading the pack. Chewing Gum is on the rails. Mickey's being forced out. It's underwear creeping up on the inside. And Maple Syrup is pulling it on.
Maple Syrup is pouring it on.
Boy, if he finishes in the front, I'm going to get it in the rear. I know that.
Now they're coming into the stretch. It muscles. Tide is creeping up on dirt. Dirt is fading. Stromboli's catching on. And Maple syrup and sausage are getting hot.
Come on, maple syrup.
Slow down,
Come
horse.
on.
Slow down, horse.
Come on, maple
Mummy,
syrup.
stop waving me in the air. I'm not in program.
Lorraine, when you're through with them, let me have them. Oh, look, I chewed my tie up.
Coming across the finish line, it's wheat cake, sausage, and maple syrup. That's the way it stacks up.
Oh, Junior, I lost.
Yeah, I thought I was there for a while, kiddo.
What horse did you have, Rod?
Oh, I had none in this race. I was just waiting for my horse in the first race to come in. I don't think I'll wait up for him anymore.
Junior, you can tear up that ticket now that we've lost.
I don't have to tear it up, kiddo. I lost it before the race started.
What?
Please, now, your eyeballs are popping out again now. I lost your ticket, but I found this one in its place.
Oh, Junior, how could you be so... Junior, this is the ticket on number 3.
What's that?
That's Sweet Cake's number. We win! We win!
Well, please, let's not get sickening about this.
Oh, darling, you're the most wonderful little boy in the world.
Oh, it's nothing at all. Nothing.
Oh, I can't go for any more of this kid routine. I'll see you later. I've got to find Skelton.
Get on, blabber boy.
Here, I'll cash that ticket. Oh, there's Cauliflower McPug boxing with himself in front of that mirror. I better go stop him before he hurts himself. Hey, Cauliflower.
Now, keep on it, referee. Keep on it now. Got this bum licked here now. Good, the bell saved him. The bell saved him.
Cauliflower.
Huh?
Don't you know you're boxing a mirror?
I thought that guy had a glass jaw there.
Well, where did you get the black eye? In a fight?
Yeah, I was in a bout last night down at Pismo Beach. I fought Scurvy Irvy, you know. Boy, what a pushover he was.
Well, did you win?
I don't know. They forgot to tell me when I came to. I could have won, though. It was a bum decision, you know. They gave him the fight just because I was unconscious. Unconscious, how about that? I wasn't unconscious. I was just acting normal, you know.
Well, are you a pugilist?
What?
A pugilist. P.U.
That's me, boy.
Well, say, don't you think it's about time you hung up your gloves?
Well, I should hang them up. I never get a chance to use them, you know. Don't worry about me, though. I'm not like those other guys, you know. You get too many of them punches and you start hearing bells and birds, you know.
Yeah.
I'll never get in that condition, boy. I'll stop before that. Wait, I think somebody wants me on the phone here.
Well, say, tell me something. You ever knocked anybody out?
Only once. I swung like a windmill, and I landed one right on the chin. Right on the chin.
Was your opponent surprised?
Wouldn't you be surprised to see a guy knock himself out? I wonder where them Swiss bells came from, huh? Get them flamingos out in the track singing there. Ain't that funny, huh? Ain't that funny?
Say, by the way, how's your wife?
No.
How's your wife?
I was knocked out once yet. I had a big fight. A guy had said to him, hit me, I said, go on, hit me. Ask me if he hit me.
Did he hit you?
I don't remember. You asked about who?
Your wife. How's your wife?
Oh, she's slowing down a little. She's slowing down. I'm thinking a few more fights, I'll be able to take her, you know. Boy, she keeps in shape by sparring with her mother all the time.
You know, fighters must run in your family.
No, they get laid there. Say, remove your hat. Somebody's dead. I hear a toll bell ringing.
Well, listen,
Oh, isn't that lovely? Listen to them doves flying over to the church.
I've got news for you.
Oh, here, then the race has started. The starting bell just went off.
No, there aren't any bells ringing.
There ain't, huh? You want to bet?
Sure.
Okay, the good humor man's coming. We'll let him hold the money, huh?
You know, you're punchy.
You think I'm punchy? You ought to see them guys down at the gymnasium. Every time they see a girl standing on a corner, they run out and they help her on the butt. Mm-hmm. They pay her fare and then they grab a seat just so they can offer it to her when she gets on.
Well, what's wrong with that?
There's no buses going by that gymnasium. Oh, the first robin I've heard this season.
I said, oh, brother.
Well, I thought we were related. How's more?
Well, I've got to find Skelton.
Hey, before you go, what looked good in the next race, huh?
The last race is over.
Well, we all got to go sooner or later, you know. I got to go, too. I hear my trolley coming. So long, bud.
Thanks for being with us, and until next Sunday...
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening, and thanks for buying more and more of the Wednesday Miracle Tide.
Tide is dirt out, T-I-D-E, Tide. Now for beautiful, natural, soft smoothness, exciting natural sheen. Don't just wash your hair, condition it with New Dream.
It's here, a shampoo that conditions your hair. Conditions your hair to natural softness, natural sheen. It's New Dream Shampoo, now with beauty conditioner. No other shampoo has this new beauty conditioner. It's an exclusive cleansing agent found only in gentle New Dream.
Don't just wash your hair, condition it with New Dream.
New Dream Shampoo, now with beauty conditioner. Try it.
Millions more school children, fewer teachers, inadequate schools. This distressing situation must be improved. Do your share now. Join and work with your local civic group or school board to help provide better education. Remember, better schools make better communities. Join us again next Sunday for the Red Skelton Show. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Costello program brought to you by Camel, the cigarette that's first in the service according to actual sales records. See if your throat and your taste don't make Camel a first with you, too. Find out for yourself. Listen to the great rhythms of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the swingy singing of Connie Haynes, and that great lover of the screen who softly whispers in the ladies' ears.
All right, Costello.
Oh, when the
Costello. Look, please, what's the idea of all this noise? What do you think you're doing?
Abbott, this is a great moment in history.
What do you mean?
You are listening to the new Bing Crosby.
The new Bing Crosby?
The new Bing Crosby.
You dummy, do you realize that Crosby is famous all over the world as the groaner?
I'm going to be famous all over the world, too.
As the groaner?
No, as the squealer.
No.
When the blue...
All right. Yeah, Costello, please. All right, look. Will you cut that out? You'll never be able to sing like Crosby. His voice is unique. The doctors found a wart on his vocal cord.
So what? What do I care about a wart on his vocal cord? Look in my mouth, Abbott.
Hey, what's that Blue Jay plaster doing in your throat?
I got a bunion on my windpipe.
Now, cut out that silly talk. You can't go around imitating Big Crosby. People will say you're a mimic.
A mimic?
Yeah.
No, they won't. I got as much blood as anybody.
No, never mind that, Costello. You still haven't told me why you came in here singing like Bing Crosby.
Because I want to do a high class, not high close. That's wrong English.
Well, it's got to be.
I want to do a high class. It's a bum reading, so what about it?
All right.
I want to do a... Can I help it?
All right. Say what you want to say.
Because I want to do a high class program like his. Yeah. No jokes, no comedy. Nothing but music and beautiful songs.
Don't be silly, Costello. We can't get along without laughs.
We've been doing all right up till now.
No. Costello, don't talk like an idiot. You can't compete with Bing Crosby. Look at his background.
Look at his background?
Yes, look at it.
Get a load of mine. I've got the biggest background in Hollywood. On my background, I've got 35 orange peas and a large smudge pot overlooking my barbecue pit.
Costello, look, I'm talking about Crosby's musical training. Do you realize he studied opera? Why, he spent 15 years on Faust.
Crosby spent 15 years on Faust?
Certainly.
Then you've been lying to me, Abbott.
What do you mean I've been lying to you?
For 15 years, you've been telling me who is on Faust and what is on second.
No.
Every time I say what is on second, you would say what is on Faust.
Not on Faust, now, you dummy. I don't mean he was on Faust. I mean, he sings Faust.
He does not.
He doesn't sing Faust?
No, he sings very slow, like my Uncle Artie Stebbins.
No. Yeah, all right, now cut that out. Look, Costello, Faust is an
got an
opera.
aspirin?
I'm asking you, please. Faust is an opera. Do you know any operas?
Yes, Abbott, I know 2 operas.
You know 2 operas?
Yes, Carmen and Miranda.
No. Not Carmen Miranda. You mean the opera Carmen. Did you ever hear the 3rd movement from Carmen?
No, but I saw the 4th movement from Miranda. La da 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 da.
Costello.
Cut it, Rich.
Please,
what are
please.
you trying to do? Get into?
Please, now, don't be
Cut it.
silly. You don't know the first thing about music. You
Well,
don't even know how many kinds of notes there are.
Oh, I don't.
No.
Yes, I do.
All right. Name the different notes.
Well, there's walnuts, peanuts, coconuts, and cashew nuts.
Will you cut that out? I'm talking about musical notes. For instance, how many notes do you find in a bar?
How many notes do I find in a bar?
That's right.
My mother never lets me go into those places.
Look, Costello, a bar is a measure of music, and every bar gives you a full measure.
Say what?
Every bar gives you a full measure.
Not in Hollywood, they don't. This is the home of short beer.
Oh, no. Never mind that, Costello. In order to be a singer, you must be able to read notes. Freddie Rich, please, hand me a sheet of music.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks. Now, Costello, tell me, what do you see on that piece of paper there?
I see a bunch of flies sitting on a fence.
No.
And some of them have tails.
No.
Look like the tails are broken off.
No. Those aren't flies. Those are notes. Freddie Rich wrote this music.
Did he write it in bars?
Certainly. Freddie wrote this song in 32 bars.
In 32 bars?
That's right.
No wonder his music is so staggering.
No. Now, Costello, please.
He should know better than to write music in bars.
What do you mean?
Why don't he do his cutting up at home like other musicians?
Now, just a minute, Costello. Freddie Rich is a great songwriter. I was with Freddie last night when he wrote a song in 4 flats.
In 4 flats?
Certainly.
You guys sure get around, don't you?
No, you idiot. 4 flats is the key the song was written in. Freddie used the key of 4 flats.
Freddie Rich has the key of 4 flats?
That's right.
Does his wife know about this?
Look, Costello, when I say Freddie wrote a song in 4 flats, I don't mean the kind of flats you live in. I mean the kind of flats you play in. And the number of flats gives you the key. And Freddie's key is 4 flats or A flat.
Oh!
Now you got it. Oh, that's the boy.
You mean the flats that Freddie plays in ain't the kind of flats he lives in?
No.
Because the key of the flats he plays in is 4 flats, and the flat he lives in has nothing to do with the key of the other 4 flats.
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Oh, what?
Later on in the program, we'll have our usual salute to the Yank of the Week. But tonight and right now, here's an extra salute to another courageous Yank. His name is Gilbert Bundy, a brilliant artist who has been serving as war correspondent in the Pacific. Take a look at the back cover of Life magazine coming out tomorrow, and you'll see his photograph and many of the on-the-spot sketches he did with the Navy and Marines. You'll also see some interesting things he has to say about Camel cigarettes. Quote, "There are moments when having a cigarette seems like the most important thing in the world. And Camel is the cigarette that rates. Maybe it's the flavor. Maybe it's because it's easy on my throat. But whatever it is, Camel's got it. And you can quote me." Unquote. Well, folks, your T-Zone, T for throat and T for taste, will tell you that, too.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camels. Try them on your T-Zone today. From the film capital's newest picture, Hollywood Canteen, Freddie Rich plays Don't Fence Me In.
time. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock.
All right. Oh, Costello, will you cut that out? I'm not going to let you sing on our program.
Oh, Abbott, you've got to.
I'm sorry.
You have to. I've always wanted to sing.
No.
Even as a little kid, I used to sing in a quartet in a fish market.
A fish market quartet?
Yeah, there was 4 of us. First tuna, second tuna, barracuda, and bass.
Are you trying to tell me the fish market paid you to sing?
No, we just sang for the halibut.
Well, you can't sing on this program. This isn't a fish market.
Oh, no? If this ain't a fish market, what are those 4 pickerel players doing in a band?
Pickerel players. That isn't pickerel. That word is piccolo.
Oh, no, it ain't. Piccolo is what I had for lunch.
You had piccolo for lunch?
Yep, hamburger with mustard piccolo.
No, that's piccalilli. Piccalilli is a relish.
That's what we got growing in our garden.
You've got relish growing in your garden?
Yeah, horse relish.
No, that's not relish. That's radish.
Radish is what my girls got.
Your girl's got radish?
Yeah, green eyes and radish hair.
Look, please. Talk sense, Costello. This has nothing to do with your silly idea of singing on the program.
Oh, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I tell you, Abbott, I gotta sing.
What do you mean you've got to
Everybody wants me to make good.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I've always been musically inclined. On the day I was born, my mother looked at me and said, little Louie is going to be a great musician.
How could she tell?
I was born with drums in my ears.
All right, Costello. If you insist on singing, I might let you sing one number, but you can't sing Bing Crosby's theme song. You've got to get a song of your own.
Okay, Abbott. I got a beautiful number about a girl on a bicycle.
How does it go?
She pushes it with her feet.
No, I don't mean that. Look, I've had enough of this nonsense. Look, Costello, if you want to sing on this program, you'll have to get a songwriter to write you a number. Now, here, come on with me, Costello.
Where are we going?
We're going over to Ned Blank's music company in Tin Pan Alley. Well, here we are, Costello. This is the Ned Blank Music Company. Let's go in.
Music is a beautiful thing.
Yes, Costello. This is Tin Pan Alley, where all beautiful songs like that are written.
Gee, Abbott, I wish I'd have brought along a needle and a thread.
A needle and thread? What for?
To give to that poor girl that's always dancing with a hole in her stocking.
Oh, be quiet. Look, we've got to find the head songwriter. Pardon me, sir. Are you the manager?
No, I'm the janitor. Just call me. Ireland must be heaven because my mother came from Dan Puchowski. Speak to the secretary over there. Okay. Pardon me, Miss...
Just call me. I, of course, replied. Smoke gets in your eyes, honeysuckle rose. And who are you, young man?
Well, you can just call me. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. Lula's back in town. Come down to get you in a taxi, honey. Costello.
Young lady, we came here to have a theme song written. Could you help us?
Oh, well, here comes our head songwriter now.
At writing songs I'm handy.
Kitzel, don't tell me you're a songwriter.
Could be. You know I'm the greatest musician in Tin Pan Alley, and I can play any instrument.
You play any instrument?
Yeah.
Have you a fife?
Yes, and a couple of keys.
No. A fife is a long, skinny thing.
Yeah, that's my Sarah.
No.
Hey, Abbott, why should we listen to this guy? I can play any instrument, too, you know. My favorite instrument is the flit.
The flit?
Mm-hmm.
You mean flute. Flit is a spray.
That's me. When I play, I spray.
When he plays, he sprays.
Yeah?
I don't like it.
Look, Kitzel. Costello's looking for an original song to sing on the program.
An original? You a fortunate fellow. I just wrote a song about a lady prizefighter.
You wrote a song about a lady prizefighter?
Yes, sure. Ponciene.
Yeah, but this guy's a phony.
No.
Yes, you are. Before I give you a nickel, I'm going to sing my own song. It's the most beautiful ballad that was ever written.
Oh, fish pie, don't tell me that you wrote a ballad.
Did I write a ballad? What a song I wrote. It's a song of mystery.
What do you call your song?
I call it Ah, Sweet Mystery of.
Ah, Sweet Mystery of? Of what?
That's the mystery.
Oh, what kind of...
here's a great theme song for you. A lovely Connie Haynes sings one of the season's best sellers, I'm Making Believe.
I'm making believe that you're in my arms, though I know you're so far away. Making believe I'm talking to you. Wish you could hear what I say. And here in the gloom of my lonely room, we're dancing like we used to do. Making believe is just another way of dreaming. So till my dreams come true, I'll whisper good night, turn out the lights and kiss my pillow, making believe it's you. Making believe that you're in my arms. I know you're so far away. Making believe I'm talking to you. Wish you could hear what I say. And here in the gloom of my lonely room, we're dancing like we used to do. Making believe is just another way of dreaming. So till my dreams come true, I'll whisper good night, turn out the light and kiss my pillow, making believe it's you. Nobody else but you.
Well, maybe I'm too impatient, because I wish television were here right now instead of in the post-war world. But you can't blame me for my impatience. I'd like to be showing you right now a diagrammatic drawing of the human throat, that wonderful, intricate instrument. Then you would see for yourself why it deserves such care and attention, like the proper choice of a cigarette, for example. Try Campbell's on your T-zone. T for throat, T for taste. See how your throat likes Campbell's cool mildness, and how your taste enjoys the rich, full flavor of Camel's superb blend of costlier tobaccos.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camels. Try them on your throat and your taste. Your T-zone.
All right, Abbott. Get everybody off the stage. Clear the joint out.
Wait a minute. Just a minute, Costello.
Please don't interrupt me, Abbott.
What do you mean?
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to present my first musical program, starring Lou Costello, better known as the Squealer. I will sing...
No, that's not all anything but that I can't
There's a coward in every audience.
That man is right, Costello. You're not ready to sing yet. Wait a minute. What are you drinking out of that bottle?
It's medicine for my throat. It's to keep me from getting hoarse.
What is it?
Horse liniment. And now, if Freddie Rich and his orchestra is ready, and the ushers will lock the doors, I will sing my opening number, The Flight of the Stumblebum, by Ripsky-Korsakov. Now, what's the matter, Freddie? Can't you handle it?
Well, I just want to know how you want your music played. Do you want it poco a poco or più accelerando?
Well, we'll just start out poco and we'll finish up più. And while I'm on the subject, was your script shaking?
Now, wait a minute, Costello. The band isn't ready to play for you yet. They don't even know your range.
My what?
Your range. Every singer has a certain range. Now, take little Connie Haynes. Don't you like her range?
Yes. In fact, I like her whole kitchen. And now stop interrupting me, Abbott. Come on, Freddie, start the music.
No, Costello. I tell you, you can't sing on this program without some preparation. Now, listen, I've taken the liberty of hiring you a vocal instructor. Would you please step in here, Madam Spumoni?
I hear you calling me. I came here to teach you how to sing. How do you do? 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 Get out of here!
Quiet, Costello.
Cut out the noise, lady.
Noise? How dare you, young man? That was from Rigoletto.
Yeah, that was from rigor mortis.
Now, Costello, you can't talk that way to Madam Spumoni.
Madam Spumoni?
Yes, she's a great opera singer.
Opera singer?
Yes.
She don't even look like an opera singer.
Oh, you don't look like a chicken either, but I've heard you lay plenty of eggs.
Now, let's not argue, please.
Madam Spumoni.
Now, just a minute here, please.
Creamy, ain't she?
Now, look, Lou. I brought Madam Spumoni over here to listen to your voice. Costello, sing a few notes for her.
All right, I'll sing my favorite song. I am writing Caroline.
Oh, you mean I'm calling Caroline?
I mean I'm writing Caroline. The company took my phone out.
Costello, I don't think you'd better try to sing a song yet.
That's right, Mr. Costello. First, I want to find out something. Do you have an ear for music?
Yes, ma'am. But I sing better with my mouth.
No. Now, listen
What
closely.
do you do? What, go ahead.
And tell me what note I'm singing. Now, what is that?
That's H.
That was
G. It sounded like H.
Costello, please. Pay attention to Madam Spumoni, will you?
Yes, Mr. Costello. Now, I'd like to hear you sing the scale. Go ahead.
Okay. Do, re.
Well, go ahead.
There's more?
Of course there's more. The next note is B. Now, hit me.
I beg your pardon?
I said hit me.
Abbott, this kid is asking for it.
No, Costello, put your foot down. She didn't say to hit her. She said hit me.
Now you're talking. Wait till I get my coat off and I'll smack the both of you.
Oh, my dear boy. We don't want to fight with you. We're trying to help you. I want you to sing me the third note in the scale. Now, sing it alone first, and then we'll try a few bars together.
We'll try a few bars together.
Certainly.
You don't even appeal to me.
Please.
Certainly, I'll join you in the last 4 bars.
If you do, you'll buy your own drink.
Costello, Madam Spumoni merely wants to hear you sing a few notes.
Oh, well, that's different. Get a load of this.
No, stop. I say stop. Costello, your voice sounds very strange.
Yes, I know it. I strained it singing through a screen door.
No, try it again, Mr. Costello. Now, this time, I want you to give me a nice, round, pear-shaped tone.
A what?
A pear-shaped tone. Every note must come out of your mouth shaped like a pear.
Which end first?
Costello, please. Madam Spumoni simply means that you've got to breathe properly to sing.
That is correct.
Get it
to
right.
control the tone, you must sing from your diaphragm. Do you know where your diaphragm is?
No, I haven't worn one of those since I was a baby.
No, Costello. She's talking about the thing you breathe with. What have you got between your stomach and your chest?
My belt.
No.
Gentlemen, if I may call you gentlemen, you're wasting my time. Now, Mr. Costello, I'm going to ask you to sing these 2 words after me. Ready now? Fresh fish.
Fresh fish.
Fresh fish. Fresh fish.
Kind of high.
Fresh fish. That's enough. That's fine. That's wonderful.
Oh, wait a minute. What's the idea of getting me to holler fresh fish?
Well, when I get through with you, if you can't make money one way, you can make it another. How do you do? How do you do? How do you do? How do you do?
How do you like that, Dame Abbott? I don't need her either, you know. I don't need anybody to help me sing.
No, but Costello, you can't sing without music.
I ain't going to sing without music. My kid brother Sebastian is going to play for me. Come on up here, Sebastian, and play the piano.
Here I am, Louie. Hello, Uncle Bud. Well, how are all the old jokes going tonight?
Now, never mind that, Sebastian. Look here. Costello, your kid brother can't play in this program. He doesn't know how to play the piano.
Oh, yes, I do, Uncle Bud. I play the piano with my feet.
With your feet? What do you do with your hands?
I hold them over my ears. I can't stand it.
Oh, that's me. Sebastian, sit down on the piano stool. Sit down on the piano stool and play something for Uncle Bud. Okay, Louie.
Yeah. What's the matter, Sebastian?
Who unscrewed the top off this piano stool?
Come, Sebastian. Let's hear you play something.
Okay.
Sebastian! What was that you played?
Home, sweet home.
Well, that was terrible.
We have a terrible home. Sebastian, I'm surprised at you. You can play better than that. I gave you 50 cents for a piano lesson yesterday.
I know it, Louie, but I spent the money on my girlfriend. I bought her a peppermint stick.
You've got a girlfriend at your age?
Yep, and yesterday was the first time I kissed her.
You kissed her?
Yeah, and we better finish the program fast. I'm getting hoarser and hoarser. I kissed her yesterday, Uncle Abbott, but it was an accident. We were both eating the same peppermint stick, and I ate past my half.
Sebastian, here I was depending on you to play the piano for me tonight. I was going to make my debut as a singer, and you deliberately take the hard-earned money I gave you for piano lessons and spend it on a high living and wild women. You have impugned on my good name. Why do you always do these things to me, Sebastian?
Oh, I'm a bad boy.
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Technical Sergeant Henry Schauer of Scobie, Montana. In duels with 3 German machine gun nests, his deadly marksmanship killed the entire gun crews. He stood there shooting unprotected, with machine gun bullets tearing up the ground at his feet. The Medal of Honor was presented to him by Lieutenant General Alexander Patch. In your honor, Sergeant Schauer, the makers of Camels are sending to our fighters overseas 400,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 3 Camel radio shows honors the Yank of the Week by sending free 400,000 Camel cigarettes overseas, a total of more than 1 million Camels sent free each week. In this country, the Camel caravans traveling from camp to camp have thanked audiences of more than 4 million Yanks with free shows and free Camels. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week, a rebroadcast to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Jimmy Durante and Gary Moore, Monday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks, and next Thursday to Abbott and Costello. And now here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with the final word.
Well, Costello, if you really want more music on our show next week, I'll bring along my cousin Chuck Reisner.
But, Abbott, I didn't know your cousin Chuck Reisner was a singer.
Very few people knew that. But Cousin Chuck is a basso profundo.
I wish you hadn't said that, Abbott.
So what's wrong with me saying that Chuck is a basso profundo?
Because some of those children turn out to be the best people.
Oh, please don't talk about my cousin Chuck Reisner like that.
Good night, folks.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show. And remember, try Camels on your throat and your taste. See for yourself how Camel's mildness, coolness, and flavor click with you.
To many a pipe-smoking man, there is one symbol of Christmas almost as familiar as the holly wreath and the evergreen tree itself. I mean that big, cheery, pleasure-filled package of Prince Albert smoking tobacco with the bright Christmas band. Yes, many a Merry Christmas has been made merrier still by that pound or half-pound package of smoking joy. Rich, full, yet mild flavor, aged in the wood aroma, the famous crimp cut for firm packing, easy drawing, and even burning. And then, too, Prince Albert is so tongue-gentle thanks to its no-bite treatment. Look at that Christmas list of yours again. There's many a man's name on it beside which you'll want to write Prince Albert.
The Abbott and Costello Show for Camel Cigarettes will be back at this very same time next week. Don't miss it. This is Ken Niles in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is chair. C-H-A-I-R.
Really?
You bet your life. Elgin America, creator of America's most beautiful compact, smartest cigarette cases, magic action lighters, finest dresser sets, presents Groucho Marx in the Elgin American show, You Bet Your Life, a comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here's that sterling Elgin American, the one, the only...
Last time I saw him, he was coming down the chimney.
Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx.
Thank you. Well, here I am again, old Kris Kringle Marx, with $1,000 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman, who's first to try for us?
We invited some messenger boys to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Harvey Crater, and here he comes with his partner Fred Knopf, who was selected because of his unusual occupation. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Merry Christmas and welcome for Elgin American Compacts. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins a 16-millimeter Apollo sound movie projector. It's a common word, something you use every day. You're a messenger boy?
That I am.
Who do you work for?
Oh, the Red Arrow Bonded Messenger Corporation.
Where are you from?
Oh, back east.
Far East or the Middle East?
Oh, I think it's more about the middle. Iron River, Michigan.
Oh, that Middle East, I see. Of course, it's obvious you weren't born at home. Messenger boy would have to be born in a delivery room. Are you married?
No.
Do you have a girl?
Oh, that I have.
Mm-hmm. Nice girl. What does she look like?
She kind of resembles you.
Can't you get another girl? Mr. Fred Knopf, is that?
That's right.
You were chosen from the audience because of an unusual occupation. What's unusual about your job, Mr. Knopf?
Well, I manufacture bottles to break over people's heads, make rain, snow, fire, earthquakes, anything of that nature.
What's so unusual about that? Huh?
Well, I'd like to clarify that a little bit.
I wish you would. Huh?
I'm one of the supervisors of the special effects department at Universal International Studio, and that's my job to do the special effects required for picture work.
Do you do any special work around Christmas? For example, could you make it snow?
Sure.
What do you use for snow? Cornflakes?
Cornflakes.
With strawberries and cream, or just straight cornflakes? Have you ever thought of using snow?
It's too tough here in California.
What's the toughest job you ever tackled in the movie business? Making an earthquake?
No, an earthquake is very easy. I think one of the toughest assignments I ever had was getting some chickens to fly out of a piano. The gag was that when they opened the piano, the chickens were supposed to fly out. When he tried this, nothing happened. So we finally had to just put a wire on each and every one of the chickens and yank the whole works out at once.
What picture was this in?
That was in an Olson & Johnson picture.
Well, that explains it all. What do you do on your job, Harvey?
Pick up and delivery.
Just what do you deliver?
Well, anything.
Could you deliver the Republican vote?
It would have to be something to fit in the station wagon.
What's that?
It would have to be something to fit in the station wagon.
Well, the vote they got in the last election, you could put in the station wagon. Not only you could put it in the station wagon, you could put it in the glove compartment. Where do you get most of your business, Mr. Crater?
Well, from department stores. Anybody who needs emergency delivery service in a hurry.
And how do you handle these emergency calls? In the jet plane?
No, we use the station wagon, but in the downtown area, we like to use bicycles.
You use a bicycle for speed?
Well, sure, I can make better time downtown on a bike than you can in an automobile.
Maybe downtown, but not on Mulholland Drive. Well, you both certainly have interesting jobs, and now George has the perfect Christmas gift from our sponsor.
Yes, Groucho, a perfect Christmas gift for any woman. And I'm sure Mr. Knopf's wife will love this sterling silver compact engraved in 14-karat gold. And Harvey's girlfriend will love one just like it. They're by Elgin American, of course.
You're a garrulous fellow, aren't you? Anything embarrassing ever happen on your job, Harvey? Such as delivering a message the same day it was given to you?
No, not on the job. But something did happen to me at a party when I was awful embarrassing.
What was that?
Well, it seemed we got involved in a kissing game. And I don't know how it happened, but a hook from my partial plate got caught in between her teeth. And when
No, slower. I didn't... Where was your girl while this was going on? The one that looks like me. Huh? Don't think I'll ever forget that. Huh? And don't think she ever will either.
Well, anyway, when I finally broke away...
Did you sing thanks for the memory?
She said it was a time and a place for everything.
Now I know why your girl looks like me. Now, what's the most valuable item you ever delivered, Lightning?
Well, it was a piece of jewelry valued at $5,000.
You mean they trusted you, a perfect stranger, with all that stuff?
Oh, sure. We're all bonded.
So's old Granddad. Now, I've seen him disappear pretty fast. Well, you certainly make an unusual team, and I hope you'll be very happy together. In just 1 minute, you're going to work together as a team for $1,000. But first, listen to this.
It's almost the night before Christmas, and there's plenty stirring at our house. Gifts to deliver, cards to address, and we're far from broke, even giving the best. Elgin American.
The loveliest dresser set for swanky Aunt Carrie. That sensational lighter case for smooth Uncle Harry.
And Mother's Elgin American simulated pearls. Gorgeous strands, earrings and rope. She'll let me borrow them, I hope.
Yes, our magnificent compact Magic Action lighter and cigarette cases just couldn't be righter than Elgin American makes them. And talk about values. Elgin American beats them all. Looks like $1 million for prices so small.
And there's also American Beauty to save you even more. It's Elgin American's companion line, the extra thrifty adore.
So these last 3 days, do as millions have done. Buy the finest gifts made by the only, the one, Elgin American.
All right, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,000 question. You're going to play You Bet Your Life. Pen them and bring them up to date on the rules.
Each of our 3 couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's going on out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected songs that ask questions as your category. Is that right? Now, how much of the $20 you're going to risk?
$10.
$10. All right, Jerry Fielding will play, and you give me the title of the song. Play, Jerry. Is it true when they say about Dixie is right?
And they're on their way with $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of your $30 you going to try?
20.
Give me the title of this song.
How much do you love me?
One answer between you now.
How deep is the ocean?
How deep is the ocean is right, huh?
Now they have $50.
All right, here's your third question. How much of the 50 will you try?
45.
$45. All right. What's the name of this song? The name of that is Don't You Love Me Anymore. You've got $5. Now, how much you going to bet now?
Say about 3, I guess.
No, we'll shoot the 5.
All right, you're going for $5. What is the name of this song? It asks a question. Good and loud, and what is it?
You remember? Remember me.
Remember me is right, sir.
And they wind up with $10.
Thanks and good luck from Elgin American. Now stick around. You might still get a chance at the $1,000 question.
Groucho, the secret word is still chair. Perhaps our next couple will say it.
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a school teacher and a housewife. And here they are, Miss Betty Pearson and Mrs. Julie Gibson. Meet Groucho Marx.
Merry Christmas, girls. And if one of you says the secret word, she wins a 16-millimeter Apollo sound movie projector. It's a common word, something you use every day. Teachers like that when I went to school. I wonder if I couldn't take another course or two. School teacher and a housewife, eh? You're the housewife, huh?
Yes.
Miss Julie Gibson, huh? Oh, you're the school teacher?
Yes,
Betty
I'm the school
Jane
teacher.
Pearson, huh? Where are you from, Betty?
Well, I'm from Whittier. It's about 12 miles east of Los Angeles.
What does your husband do, Betty?
I don't have a husband.
Well, then you probably don't know what he does, huh? Well, that's the best way to keep a husband happy if you don't know what he does, huh? But would you like a husband, Betty?
Yes, I think so.
Anybody out here got an old husband and not you? Mrs. Gibson?
Yes.
Where are you from, Julie?
Oh, I'm from all over.
That's a good place to be from.
My husband was in the Air Corps, and we traveled a lot until recently, but I originally came from Florida.
Uh-huh. How'd you meet your husband? Were you in a parachute or something?
No. I was on a house party down in Florida, and the doorbell rang, and I went to the door, and this man stepped in the door and frightened me so much. I screamed and fell down the chair.
Why? That's You don't know it, Mrs. Gibson, but you just said the secret word, which is chair, and George over here will tell you what you won.
A 16-millimeter Apollo sound movie projector. Now, Mrs. Gibson, you can show regular Hollywood sound movies or movies you take yourself. It sells for $129.50.
How'd you meet your husband, Mrs. Pearson?
I don't have a husband.
What grade do you teach at school, Betty? I'll call you Betty, huh?
That's fine.
That's fine.
Well, I'm in the first grade.
You're in the first grade? What do you teach in the first grade? ABC?
Well, sort of. We teach reading and writing and number work and games and English.
You teach English, huh?
Yes.
How's my English?
Well, you speak fairly well, but sometimes...
Thanks for the qualifying.
Sometimes you're a little careless with your syntax.
You say my syntax?
Yes.
You even got a tax on that now. Mrs. Gibson, who disciplines the youngsters, you or your husband?
I do.
Why?
Well, my husband doesn't like to spank them.
I see, and you like to slug them? Huh?
Well, no, it hurts me worse than it hurts them.
You mean they slug you back, right? Mrs. Pearson, do you believe in spanking youngsters, or should they be allowed to have their own way?
Well, I think you should strike a middle course.
Well, that's certainly the best place to strike them, huh? Anything exciting ever happen around your school?
The biggest thrill I ever had was the first day I started to teach school, and I stood in my own room, and there were 35 children, which were my own, and I...
How's your husband, Mrs.
I don't have a husband.
Still haven't got a husband. Suppose you got up Christmas morning and there lying under the tree was a handsome, wealthy, lovable young bachelor. What would you do?
I'd call the police.
That's a good idea. They could hold him until you got a preacher. Now, we'd like you to have perfect Christmas gifts from our sponsor.
For each of our ladies, Elgin American's beautiful simulated pearls. They're the finest pearls made by man. Nothing could be nicer for Christmas.
Thank you very much. They're beautiful.
All right, now let's play You Bet Your Life for $1,000. You run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you get a chance at a big question later. Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners how much the first couple won.
The messenger and the movie man earned $10.
You selected famous children of fact and fiction, is that right?
That's right.
Now, here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to risk?
10. 10 or 15? 15 now? 15? 15.
What was the name of the poor English boy who became a wealthy merchant? He owned a famous pet cat.
Was it Moby Dick? No, that was
he owned a whale, huh?
Was it David Cox? Oh.
No. I'm sorry. It's Dick Whittington, and you should have known that, Betty.
They now have $5.
You now have $5. Well, that's a shame. How much of the $5 will you try?
Oh, $1, I think. $2.50.
How about $2.98? $2.50, huh? Okay. What was the name of the kid in the Arabian Nights that owned a magic lamp?
Aladdin.
Aladdin is right.
Well, they're on their way. They have $7.50.
You now have $7.50. For the price of a very fair steak at the Brown Derby. Here's your third question. You have $7.50. How much are you going to bet?
7.5.
You're going to shoot the worst, huh? What was the name of the girl who had a party with the Mad Hatter?
Alice.
Alice in Wonderland is right.
Now they have $15.
You got 15 smackers. How much are you going to risk?
$15.
$15. What is the name of the little wooden marionette whose nose grew every time he told? Pinocchio is right.
Now they wind up with $30.
Okay. Thanks and good luck from Elgin American Compacts. Now, in just 1 minute, our last couple will play You Bet Your Life, and then we know who gets the chance at the $1,000 question. But right now, I want you to pay attention to this.
Good gracious, I've nothing for the Johnsons yet.
Oh, gifts for girls at the office.
Heavens, what can I get this late for Jim's boss?
Keep calm, folks. It's not too late to buy the gifts that will make a big hit, do you proud, and look more expensive than they are. Elgin American gifts for men and women. Exquisite compact cigarette cases, dresser sets, luxurious simulated pearls, sensational lighter cases, magic action lighters, an almost endless choice of the most wanted gifts, all at real value prices. Gifts with the world's finest designing and craftsmanship, the prestige of the leading name in its field, the thrill of saying it's an Elgin American. So make your last-minute shopping a big success. Tomorrow, buy the first in fashion, first in value gifts of them all. Elgin American Gifts.
Now then, we'll soon know who's going to earn the most money and get the chance at the $1,000 question. George, who's ahead so far?
The housewife and the school teacher are leading with $30. And Groucho, the secret word is still chair. Our next couple doesn't know what it is. We invited some college students from foreign countries to the show tonight, and here comes the couple selected by our studio audience just before we went on the air. Miss Ruth Nicole and Mr. Jan Dykstra meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, to You Bet Your Life, and Merry Christmas. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins a 16-millimeter Apollo sound movie projector. It's a common word, something you use every day. College students from foreign countries, eh? Miss Nicole, is that right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Parlez-vous français?
No.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch, honey?
No.
Habla usted español, kiddo?
Oh, sí, señor.
I knew I could do it. Chinese, huh?
I'm from Guatemala.
Guatemala, huh? What part of China is that in?
It's Central America, between Mexico and Honduras, in the tropical Central America.
Uh-huh. And are all the girls as attractive as you down there?
Well, I don't know. You come down.
I'm sorry to ignore you, but
It's a beautiful girl here. That's right.
Jan Dykstra?
Yes.
What language do you speak, Jan? John? How do you pronounce that, Jan?
Jan, that's right. That's my name.
What language do you speak? Huh?
French, German, Italian, Indonesian, Greek, and then I have a dialect, Frisian. It's a part of Holland.
You're a waiter at Ciro's, eh?
And then I speak
All right, I give
English.
up.
I speak English,
Yeah, I should say you do. You speak very good English. How is your syntax? What part of Holland are you from, Jan?
Well, I'm from Utrecht. It's not far from Amsterdam and The Hague. It is in the middle of the country.
Mm-hmm. What college are you attending?
UCLA.
UCLA, huh? What college is so fortunate as to have you, Miss Nicole?
Southern California.
What are you taking at USC? Your English professor?
I am taking English.
You're taking English?
And journalism.
What are you studying, Dutch Street?
Oh, political science.
Political science.
But that is not a Dutch street.
That's no treat at all, is it? How old are you, Jan?
24 years, next month.
24, huh? And may I ask your age, Miss Nicole?
Of course.
How old are you?
21.
21, huh? Dutch Bob, don't you miss being home for Christmas?
Very much.
Holland is the original home of Santa Claus, isn't it?
Yes, we do have a Santa Claus,
Does he
but we
climb
call
down
him...
the chimneys over there?
No, he didn't climb down the chimneys. Our Santa Claus, we call him Santa Claus, and he didn't come at Christmas, but at the 5th of December. And he himself is a dignified old bishop with a long beard and not a jolly round face as your Christmas man. And he rides around on a white horse.
Does Kris Kringle come down there south of the border?
Yes, but we know him as St. Nicholas.
St. Nicholas.
St. Nicholas.
Mm-hmm. What do you want for Christmas, Miss Nicole?
Well, as long as I'm not going home, I like the people who have been so damnified by those terrible floods in Guatemala to have better Christmas, because they're going to have a very sad one this year.
That's so. I'm sorry to hear that. Does a Latin American girl ever run into unusual situations over here?
Oh, yes. I had a letter for my father that I wanted to mail. And I went to mail the letter, and I saw a box, and I pulled the letter, and nothing happened, so I said, well, nothing happened. Things go wrong in the United States. And fire engines began to come all over the place. And then came the fire chief and everybody. And then I discovered that this was not a mailbox, but a fire alarm box.
Well, you lost the letter and got the ladder. Now, what are your impressions of the United States, Miss Nicole? For example, what impresses you most about this country?
Oh, there are so many things, but I'd say hamburgers are very special.
Here we have the Grand Canyon, the Chrysler Building, Niagara Falls, Tallulah Bankhead. And what impresses her most? A piece of meat on a bun. I mean, what do you like about the United States?
I like the theaters and the beaches. There are beautiful beaches, especially Malibu.
What do you dislike about the United States? And now be frank.
Oh, there are many things.
There are?
It's true, oh yes. I have a great gripe against the United States.
Well, there are gripes out here.
There are those doors that are marked in and out. And if you try to get in and it's marked out, then it goes against your nose and it breaks it.
Don't they have any doors in Central America?
Oh, they are not marked in and out. You can go in whatever you like.
You can?
Oh, yes.
I tried that once and got thrown out. Well, you certainly are a charming couple. We enjoyed having you here, really. And now, before we proceed, we want you to have the perfect Christmas gift from our sponsor.
For Ruth, this lovely sterling silver compact with 14-karat gold engraving. And Elgin American, of course, the perfect Christmas gift.
Oh, thank you.
You like it, Ruth?
It's beautiful. Thank Mr. and Mrs. Elgin for me.
Well, not only Mr. and Mrs. Elgin, I'll thank Mr. and Mrs. American.
You too.
And what have you got for Old Dutch Cleanser over here?
Elgin American's popular cigarette case with today's smart leather-like look. Something to show off to your friends.
Beautiful. Well, I'm glad you like it, Jan. Now, let's play You Bet Your Life. You beat the other couples, you get a crack at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners.
The school teacher and the housewife were ahead with $30.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected world leaders as your category.
That's right.
Okay, now here's your first question. You've got $20. How much do you want to try?
5.
No, let us put 6. $1 more.
All right, who is Argentina's president?
Perón.
Perón is right. You can decide on a single answer between you, huh?
So on the way, Grouch, you only have $26.
Okay, you got $26. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the 26 will you try?
Can you go one higher?
Oh, go 10 this time.
10? Okay, 10.
Who is the Prime Minister of India?
Nehru.
Nehru is right.
They're climbing now. They have $36.
All right, you got $36. Here's your third question. How much of the 36 are you going to risk?
15?
Okay, $15.
$15. Who is the chief of state of Spain?
Franco.
Francisco Franco.
Now they have $51.
You've got $51, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
25.
25.
Who is the Prime Minister of England?
Attlee.
Attlee is right.
And that means that these people, the college students, with their $76, get the chance at the $1,000 question. And now, a word from Myron Wallace. The name Elgin American means the very finest quality, designing, finish, and craftsmanship. The best value. In exquisite compacts, gorgeous simulated pearls, magnificent dresser sets, magic action lighters, wondrous lighter cases, distinguished cigarette cases, handsome military sets, fascinating musical humidors. Your favorite store has a complete assortment of the newest Elgin American styles right now. See them. And for your own proud use, for thrilling prestige gifts, always buy Elgin American. And here's the winning couple, the college students.
Ready to try for $1,000, eh? Good luck, and I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, and no help from the audience, please. Here it is. Now that military government has been abandoned in Germany, who is America's civilian high commissioner in charge of our interests there? All right, Mr. Dixter, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
McCloy.
Absolutely. That's right, you win $1,000. You had the right answer, so you win $1,000 from Elgin American Compacts. What are you going to do with all that money?
Well, I'm going to use it for my thesis writing. I hope to get more material from Holland.
What about you, Miss
My
Nicole?
money will go to Guatemala to the fight of the floods.
Well, that's a wonderful way to spend it. Thanks, and congratulations to both of you.
Thank you very much.
Show. You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Remember, next week's big question pays $1,000. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for You Bet Your Life, starring Groucho Marx, presented by the creators of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, magic action lighters, and finest dresser sets, Elgin American.
Good night, folks. Have you looked at your compact lately? Don't go away now. Bing Crosby's next.
Well, sir, it's about 10 o'clock in the evening as we enter the small house halfway up in the next block now. And here in the living room we find Mr. and Mrs. Victor Gook. Mr. Victor Gook sits in his easy chair under the floor lamp reading the Kitchenware Dealer's Quarterly, while Mrs. Victor Gook occupies a corner of the Davenport and darns socks. But now she looks up and speaks. Listen.
What's your watch say?
Huh?
Look and see what time it is.
Clock on the blink?
I guess so. Something's eating it. Acts like it goes a while and then stops a while. Says 9:20 now.
It's 7 minutes past 10.
Think I'll trot up to bed pretty soon.
Believe I will myself. That screwdriver is still out in the pantry?
What you want with it?
Thought I'd locate the trouble in the clock.
No, sir. Don't you touch that clock.
Well, it's broke, ain't it?
Yeah, but I don't want it any broker. That clock costs lots of money.
Well, I can unscrew the back panel and see if the spring is operating as it should, and then I can...
Remember the last time you fooled with a clock?
No.
When my kitchen alarm went on the warpath and you took it all apart to fix it?
Seems to me
I'm still finding bolts and washers around. Found a spring do-jigger underneath the dining room carpet the other day.
The clock isn't much good unless it keeps time, you know.
I'll have Rush take it downtown Saturday or sometime. Guess this is him now. You, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Me for bed. I've had a good big day of it. Cleaning in the morning and shopping in the afternoons, enough to wear out Bill Dempsey. Where you been since the show let out?
Me and Rooster went in the Greek and had a nickel soda.
The Greek let you kids sit around his confectionery by the hour when you only spend 5 cents?
You don't like it very much, but what can you do? We're human beings. We got rights. Hello, guy.
Oh.
Should think he'd get mad having people take up space.
Get mad or go mad.
Get mad.
He does get mad. He knows me and Rooster only got a dime between us. He knows we'll order nickel sodas and sit in the front booth and look out the window. But his hands are tied. He can't do anything about it. It's his job to serve the public.
Your Rooster is some public.
Sure. And Rooster rubs it in. On the strength of his nickel soda, he'll make that poor Greek bring him about 9 glasses of water. Sometime that Greek's going to put arsenic in Rooster's water.
Might be a good thing.
How was the show?
Oh, so-so. Gloria Golden doing the same old stuff.
I don't know about high school boys trotting off to moving pictures of a Monday night.
Why?
Ought to stay home and study.
I got all my assignments for tomorrow.
Well, just the same, though. Movies cost money, and here it is for the very first day of the week. An innocent passerby would think we were millionaires.
You got that expression from me, Ma.
What expression?
Innocent passerby.
It makes no difference where I got the expression. It's crazy to blow in your nice money all the time. We couldn't when we were kids. Could we, Vic?
Every third Christmas, my dad would hand me 2 dimes and a nickel, and he'd say, "Son, here's your spending money."
You had to make 25 cents last year for 3 years, huh?
That's right. And I had a darn good time on it.
I bet you wouldn't crawl in a barrel of Bibles and swear that's a true story.
Get me a barrel of Bibles.
Oh, see, got a very exciting chunk of news for you people.
What's that?
Smelly Clark's got a girl.
Has he?
He escorted her to the Bijo tonight.
Well,
I told you Smelly Clark could get himself a girl pretty soon. He's been looking around for a long time now. Finally made the grade.
Who is she?
Goes under the name of Lily Spiegel.
Smelly introduced you to her?
Sure.
Did he say, "Here's my girl, Lily Spiegel"?
He said practically that. Care to hear the entire story?
All right.
You interested, Gar?
Vitally. But forgive me if I drop off to sleep.
You won't drop off to sleep. This news is full of fascinating facts.
Okay.
Well, Rooster and myself arrived at the Bijo early, see? We like to do that so we can stand out in front and watch the innocent passerbys go past. Greet our various acquaintances, get the angle. Also, Rooster enjoys buying his ticket and sticking it in his hat so the innocent passerbys know he's attending the theater. There are certain individuals that stand around in front of the Bijo that got no ticket.
I see.
Well, anyway, we were watching the innocent passerbys go past, and by gosh, come along Smelly Clark and this girl. Rooster saw him first and nudged me. He says, "I bet Smelly's got himself a girl." I says, "I bet he has, too." So we waited till they got up close.
Was she a pretty girl?
So-so.
Blonde or brunette?
They should call her blonde. Got hair like Frida Kahlo.
Uh-huh.
Well, when Smelly and his girl got up close, me and Rooster called out, "Hello there, Smelly."
Oh, you should have called him by his real name.
Yeah, we thought of that later. Well, anyway, Smelly answered hello and escorted the girl right up to where we were standing. He says, "Lily, I'd love to present Mr. Cook. Mr. Cook, this is Miss Spiegel."
Uh-huh. You did it the right way. Gentleman is always presented to the lady before the lady is presented to the gentleman.
Yeah. And then he says, "Lily, I want you to form the acquaintance of Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, Miss Spiegel." Well, I says, "Happy to meet you, Miss Spiegel," and Rooster got funny and says, "Press the flesh."
That wasn't smart.
He said it out of embarrassment. Rooster ain't at home with girls.
You better learn some manners.
Rooster's okay. Anyway, he likes comical expressions. When he meets a person, he always says, put her there, give me 5, or shake the hand that shook the hand of John L. Sullivan or something. You know.
Mm-hmm.
After the introductions were over, Smelly says, Miss Spiegel is my lady friend, fellas. He says, that's so? He says, yeah. Come on, Lily, and I will purchase the tickets.
Nice.
So he marched up to the ticket window, and he says, hey, get this guy.
I'm listening.
He says to the woman, 2 tickets for the show, please. 2 tickets for the show, please. What do you think she thought he wanted 2 tickets for, the circus? Of course, me and Rooster were following along right behind. We took in the whole works.
Probably got the poor kid all fussed.
He wasn't fussed. You'd have thought he was the President of the United States, the swell way he handled everything. Well, the woman shoved 2 tickets out through the little window, and Smelly shoved a $1 bill at her. And here's what you won't believe.
What don't you believe?
Smelly says to the ticket lady, keep the change. As I sit here and breathe the breath of life, that's the truth. Keep the change, he says.
Oh, my.
I never heard of buying tickets for the movie show and telling the ticket lady to keep the change.
Neither did I.
It was all for his girl's benefit, see?
Uh-huh.
Well, Rooster like to fainted when Smelly told the ticket lady she could keep the change.
Well, I bet.
What's happened next?
Well, Smelly turned to his girl and says, take my arm, dear.
He call her dear?
Sure.
She take his arm?
You bet. And when they got to the door where the fella in the uniform is, Smelly says, here are the tickets for the show. Hey, can you beat that?
No.
Here are the tickets for the show.
And then they go inside? With you and Rooster right at their heels, I suppose.
Sure. We don't want to miss anything.
I bet they selected seats in the front row.
No, they didn't. I was somewhat surprised. They sat down in the center aisle about the middle.
Where'd you and Rooster sit?
Right behind them.
You would.
Why not? We're American citizens.
I bet you made remarks out loud while the picture was going on.
Not at all. They wouldn't have heard us if we did. Because Smelly was making so many remarks out loud.
What kind of remarks?
Let me tell you what happened before the picture started.
All right.
Smelly helped his girl off with her coat, see? And then while he was standing up, he looked the audience all over to see if he could spot any friends of his. He spotted 4 or 5 and gave them all big, deep bows.
Big, deep bows, huh?
Almost touched his toes. Rooster and me suspected him of bowing to a good many strangers in order to give his girl the impression he was very popular around town. He stood there and gave a lot of airy waves at the balcony. But by gosh, there wasn't anybody in the balcony.
Well, where's the remarks you made out loud?
Wait till I tell you about the chewing gum.
Chewing gum?
Smelly whipped out a package of chewing gum, see? He undid the wrapper and offered a stick to his girl. She took some and he took some. Only 2 sticks gone, see?
Yeah.
He was still standing up by his seat. Everybody was watching.
Mm-hmm.
Well, after him and his girl both had a stick of chewing gum out of this full package, he took the rest of the package and threw it away. He did. Right out in the aisle. Just tossed it away. 3 sticks still left in it.
What's his idea?
He was showing his girl he didn't give a darn. Money's no item. Set him up in another alley, you know.
Throwing away a package of chewing gum with only 2 sticks gone.
Yeah. And you ought to see me and Rooster scramble for it.
Well, he'll probably want his chewing gum back next time you see him.
Well, he won't get it. He gave us a big fatherly smile and turned to his girl and says, children love sweet things, don't they, dear?
Mm-hmm. What were the remarks he made while the picture was going on?
He was explaining the movie to his girl. Told her all about how it was going to come out and so on. You could hear him 10 feet away. I think the fellow with the mustache is the villain, dear. Up that Cameron is after them jewels, dear. That's a bomb he's got, dear. He's going to blow up the place, dear.
My.
Also, the show he kept that up. I figured somebody'd ask the usher to throw him and his girl out in their ear, but he got away with it in good shape.
Mm-hmm.
Take it all around, I never saw a guy have so much fun as Smelly had this evening.
Does that conclude your story?
Yeah.
Guess I'll stroll up to bed then.
You know what?
What?
I think I'll look around for a lady friend.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block. And there we leave Crisco's Vic and Sade until the next time.
It's Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night transcribed feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television, and by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. And now, here we go, friends, to Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meat to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. I'm just going over the mail here. We got a registered letter from the Department of Sanitation.
Yeah, it's about our garbage. They claim it's giving their pigs ulcers. Yeah, what a nerve they got, implying that their pigs is better than our customers. Well, I know they are, but I don't like to hear it from strangers. Also, we're in touch with the health inspector. Well, yesterday he put a rat trap in the kitchen, and when he comes back today, the rat has eaten the trap. And it's sitting there with a hungry look in his eye waiting for the inspector. Well, it hasn't all been good news today, though, Duffy. The sad news is that Peaches Latour, the striptease, gave me back my engagement ring. Well, it'll save her a lot of embarrassment, of course. Now she won't have the finance company hollering, take it off. Yes, sir, and this has learned me a lesson, Duffy. From now on, I ain't taking the slightest interest in no more dames. No, sir, I'm through with women forever. You heard me, forever. Miss Duffy.
Yeah, Archie.
Hand me that copy of Esquire.
Some way to forget women.
Miss Duffy, for your information, Esquire has articles, too.
Then how come you're reading it with a pair of scissors?
Happens to be my way of trying to forget.
Tell me, what happened between you and Peaches?
The same old story. She's just like the rest of them. All she thinks about is a family and a home and kids. Nothing but a gold digger.
Well, if you ask me, you're just as well off.
What do you mean?
Marrying a woman who struts around the stage wearing nothing but an off-the-shoulder fan.
Duffy, it happens that I admire Miss Latour for her artistry. Like I admire a fine musician.
Never seen you looking that way at Toscanini.
Well, that's all in the past. From now on, I'm through with the female species of the sex forever. As far as dames is concerned, I'm the world's biggest hermit.
Hey, Archie, look at that pretty girl just coming in the door.
Mother, buy me that.
I thought you said you were the world's biggest hermit.
I'm also the world's biggest liar. Well, what can I do for you, Mrs.
It's Miss.
I'm in. What can I do for you, honey?
Please, I don't allow strangers to call me honey.
Then let me introduce myself. The name is Archie.
My name is Marianne.
Hiya, honey. Well, what you doing here?
I'm looking for a man named Paul Papapopoulos.
What was the name?
Paul Papapopoulos.
Come again.
Don't you hear well?
Certainly, but I like to watch you pucker while you're saying it. Tell me, what does this Papapopoulos look like?
Well, he's very handsome. Tall, nice wavy hair, broad shoulders, and lovely brown eyes.
Honey, change that to blue eyes, and I'm your Papapopoulos.
Please, we're wasting time.
We're wasting time? Okay, in that case, leave us get married. Well, what do you say?
My answer is definitely in the negative.
Darling.
Oh, I give up.
Oh, Archie,
Huh?
got it on the telephone.
Okay, excuse me, Marianne. I'll be back in a notch.
Oh, waiter. Waiter. Don't they have a waiter around here?
How do you do? Say, what can I do for you, Anya?
I'm hungry. What's fresh in the kitchen?
What's fresh in the kitchen? The cook, she just pinched me.
I think I'm wasting time here. I'd better get back to work.
Pray tell me, where are you working?
The draft board.
The draft board?
Yes. By the way, what's your name?
My name? Yakub Panyaslavnik, age 103.
Sorry to have kept you waiting, Marianne.
Say, boss, what was that telephone call?
Oh, that was the community chest. They wanted to know how much we needed this year. Well, now leave us get back to romance, honey.
Romance? But the difference in our ages.
How old are you?
20. How old are you?
A little older than that. I'm going on 24.
24?
Yes, I'm prematurely young. Yep, honey, I'm single, 24, happy.
But not for long. Say, boss.
Huh?
I have news for you.
What?
This girl is working at
So what? Suppose she does work. I ain't too proud to marry a working girl.
But what I'm trying to tell you is...
Yeah, you get back in the kitchen, will you? When I want any information, I'll get in touch with you.
Just send me a card from Camp Dix.
What's this guy talking about?
So you're 24.
Yes, yeah.
Do you mind if I jot your name down my notebook?
Only 20, and the kid keeps a notebook. And look at all the guys' names in that book. Mary Ann is lucky I ain't the jealous type. Of course, I got to admit I got a little book, too, but it's different from yours.
You're telling her.
In my notebook, I only got 2 columns.
Yes, column left, column right.
Quiet, Asher. Yeah, Mary Ann, see, in one column I write down the dames I go out with that like the neck, you know.
And the other column?
That one is blank. You get it?
Yes, I get it. And with jokes like that, it's hard to believe you're only 24.
But I am.
Besides, you look so much older. Those wrinkles.
Oh, damn. Well, you see, I was born on a farm, and I got squeezed when I was an infant. I had to share my incubator with 2 fat hens. Besides, youth is only skin deep, you know.
You mean beauty.
Honey, you flatter me.
Well, Archie, I have to be getting back to the office.
Well, okay, if you have to go, but I hope I'll be hearing from you very soon.
On that, you can count.
Yeah, you stop butting in, will you? Now get back to the kitchen. Well, Mary Ann, as me frat brothers would say, it's been ginger peachy meeting you. Well, goodbye now.
Goodbye.
23 skidoo.
Don't be smart, Miss Duffy.
You, 24.
What's so funny? It's been your favorite age for years.
Well, how come you picked 24?
Well, I don't know. 20 seemed a little too young, and 40 seemed a little too old, so I split the difference.
Well, that would make 30.
Miss Duffy, when a guy's in love, do you think he's got time for algebra? Now, thank you to stop throwing clinkers into the furnace of me passion. You just don't know what it is. When little Dan Cupid sneaks up on you with his bow and arrow, and he softly whispers,
Hello, Art.
Tell me, old friend Dan Stupid. Cupid. Oh, Benny, and you should have seen what was just making love to me. The prettiest little... Hey, what's that dirt doing all over your face?
I've been watching some guy dig a grave.
Oh. Well, this classy little 20-year-old struts in here. Wait a minute. If they was digging a grave, how come there's dirt on your face?
I just got out in time.
Well, anyway, her name turns out to be Mary Ann, and before you know it, a grave. Who was they burying?
Me Uncle Louie.
Your Uncle Louie? I didn't even know he was dead.
He ain't.
Well, then what did they bury him for?
A skunk got him.
In the case of a skunk, you don't bury the guy, you bury the clothes.
Art, you forget. Uncle Louie's a nudist.
Tell me, ain't there nobody in your family that's normal?
Well, you've met me father.
Yeah?
I think that answers the question.
It certainly does. How is the old gent these days?
Well, I'm a little worried about the governor, Arch. All day long he sits around the house and broods.
Yeah, sits around the house. What happened to his job at the airplane factory?
Oh, it's still there. It's just that Dad hasn't got it anymore.
Oh, he was fired, huh?
No. It seems that Dad and the foreman at the airplane factory couldn't see eye to eye on a production problem.
So what happened?
Oh, Dad quit. And they're still putting the wings on B-29.
The story of Billy Mitchell all over again. Now leave me be, Finny, and I want to be alone with me thoughts of Mary Ann.
Oh, for goodness sakes, Archie, act your age.
Okay, so I ain't 24, but by the same token, I ain't pushing 40 neither.
Maybe not, but you're sure leaning on it.
Well, I can see certain people just don't understand young love. Now turn on that jukebox, and If anybody wants me, I'll be in the back room.
Doing what?
Practicing the Charleston.
Here's a word from RCA Victor. For you people who are buying television now, that word is combination. Yes, an RCA Victor combination, which brings you AM and FM radio, recorded music in all 3 speeds, and famous RCA Victor million-proof television. Now, you can have all these in one beautiful cabinet for one beautiful price. Ask your RCA Victor dealer to introduce you to the kingly RCA Victor combination, the Rutland. With its doors closed, the Rutland looks like a furniture masterpiece straight out of the 18th century. With its doors open, it's like an electronic masterpiece straight out of the 21st century. So superb are its RCA Victor features: AM and FM radio, 2 automatic record changers to play all record speeds, and exciting RCA Victor million-proof television, proved in well over 1 million American homes. Yet, all these great instruments combined actually cost you much less than comparable console instruments would cost separately. Yes, with an RCA Victor Rutland, wonders never cease, but go on pouring out show after show, record after record, not just for one person, but for the whole family. While Archie's in the back room practicing the Charleston, let's listen to Cesar Concepcion, his orchestra, and the story of Old San Juan.
Que sigan con cóctel, guaracha y bebop, que yo me quedo aquí con mi plena en San Juan, que vuelen para allí, que vuelen para allá, que yo me quedo aquí con mi plena en San Juan, me quedo con la plena, cojan todo lo demás, me quedo con la plena, cojan todo lo demás. Mujeres como aquí, más dulces no las hay, y yo me quedo aquí con mi plena en San Juan, bombas atómicas, aquí eso no lo hay, por poco estoy aquí con mi plena en San Juan, me quedo con la plena, cojan todo lo demás, me quedo con la plena, cojan todo lo demás. La plena, cojan todo lo demás. Me quedo con la plena, cojan todo lo demás. Me quedo con la plena, cojan todo lo demás. Me quedo con la plena. Ay, pero cojan todo lo demás, cojan todo lo demás.
Waiter.
Oh, sorry, Miss Marianne. I am very busy. I am having a little trouble with the free lunch.
What's the trouble with the free lunch?
It is attacking the customers.
Oh. And where's Archie?
Archie? You mean Junior? He's in the back room trying on his Hopalong Cassidy suit.
You know, I'm a little concerned about Archie.
Yes?
I've just been back to the draft board, and I couldn't find his name on our list of 24-year-olds.
Not at the draft board, eh?
No.
Try checking Social Security.
Well, Marianne. Yes, I told you she'd come back. The dame really goes for me.
Yes, and if you don't watch your P's and Q's, she is going to get you.
Archie, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Okay, Marianne, I ain't got nothing to hide.
Now, you say you're 24 years old.
Yep.
I see. And where were you born?
Right here in the good old USA.
Which at that time was known as the 13 Colonies.
Yes, sir.
Age, birthplace. Tell me, are you married?
Are you kidding? Free as the breeze and do as I please. Yes, sir. Will you stop butting in here?
Let's check this. 24, U.S. citizen, unmarried. Archie, I think you're just the man I'm looking for.
Yes, sir. I'm in.
You are not kidding.
Go ahead, Marianne. Ask me some more questions. I don't blame you for trying to find out if we're mutually compatible.
Well, how's your health?
Sound as a nut.
And how do you feel about hiking?
Hiking? Oh, I love it. Nothing I'd rather do than get up at the crack of dawn and go out for one of them real long walks, you know. I got terrific lung power.
Oh, yes. Very long-winded.
Thank you, Yasha.
Well, you do look fit. Now, what are your shoulder measurements? 27?
Make it 52.
And what about vision? 20/20?
40/40. Yep, Marianne, I'm a perfect specimen of youthhood. And someday in the future, when the two of us is all alone...
Alone? Archie, remember, there'll be others.
Oh, ain't that sweet? Already, she's talking about the little ones. Honey, about these others, how many was you figuring on?
Oh, about 1,000 a month.
Look, Marianne, don't take them shoulder measurements of mine too serious. Well, got any more questions?
No. I have all the information I need. Goodbye, Archie.
Wait a minute. Can I expect to hear from you real soon?
Oh, yes. Real soon.
Say, Archie, this letter just came for you.
Yeah, let's see it. It says greetings. What a funny way to start a letter.
It'll get funnier as you go along.
You have been selected by a committee of your neighbors. Holy cat, a draft notice. Miss Duffy, the Army must have got the wrong man.
If they got you, they have.
But where did they get me name?
How about Mary Ann?
What? My little dove, a stool pigeon? That innocent little cherub with them long curls and cute little dimples?
Yes, but take away those curls and dimples, and what have you got left?
What?
General Hershey himself. Archie, I have been trying to tell you Mary Ann works at the draft board.
The draft board? That traitress in civilian clothing. That Matza Harry. And after such a beautiful courtship.
That was no courtship. That was your pre-induction examination.
They can't do this to me. What does the Army want with an old duffer like me?
But you just said you were 24.
I know, but a letter like this ages a guy. I ain't going to take this laying down. I'm going to get a character witness to swear that I'm a liar. Wait a minute. I think they'll call me old family baby doctor. Yeah, he's probably got me birth record in his files. Hello? Is this Dr. Watson? The obstetrician? Yeah. Huh? Well, this is Archie, former baby. Well, you remember me, Doctor? No hair, one tooth, and a blue ribbon? You don't, huh? Well, it was quite a while ago. Don't you remember holding up a tiny infant and slapping life into it? Huh? One face is the same as another. Okay, forget about it. That quack.
Say, Arch, I was just thinking about you being born.
What about it?
Maybe you wasn't.
What do you mean, maybe I was never born?
Maybe you was adopted.
Then again, even if I was adopted, I'd still have to have a father and mother to be born.
Well, you're more familiar with the technicalities than I am.
Then again, this is no time for idiocities.
Oh, stop worrying. Maybe somebody's just playing a joke on you. Right, Yasha?
It could be. But this is the first time I ever heard of the Army having a joke file.
Well, they got me with me pins down, so there's only one honorable thing to do.
What's that?
Tear up the draft notice.
That's showing them, Art. Let's see the Army get around that one.
Here's something you should know if you ever suffer from the sudden pain of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia. It's a way to ease the pain, often within a few minutes. A way that's incredibly fast and effective. It's Anacin. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven, active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people were first introduced to Anacin through their own physicians or dentists. But today, these tablets are in such widespread use that all drug counters have them, and anyone may enjoy their benefits. Next time you suffer from the pains of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, by all means, try Anacin. You'll like the convenience of Anacin tablets, and you'll be delighted with Anacin's incredibly fast action. A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin. Ask for Anacin by name today at your druggist's.
Yes, Miss Duffy?
Another draft notice came for you.
Tear it up.
Archie, another draft notice.
Burn it.
Archie, here's another draft notice.
Throw it out the window.
I can't.
Why?
There's a recruiting sergeant on the other end.
That's right. I'm from the draft board. I'm looking for a man named Archie.
He's over there.
Where?
Under that table.
Oh, hey, you. Why didn't you report to the draft board?
What's that, son? You'll have to speak up a little. I'm old and deep in the ears.
Didn't you get a notice to join the Army?
What? Join up again? Son, I served my country back in 62.
The Civil War?
Yes, sirree, by cracky. Seems like only yesterday I was in there fighting for the blue and the gray.
The blue and the gray, they were fighting each other.
No wonder I was getting shot at from both sides.
So you served in the Civil War, huh?
Yes, sir. Ever hear of Hippopotamus? I was there with General Sherman. Never forget the day Sherman said them immortal words. War is...
Yeah, war is...
Just then some darn fool shot off a cannon. Never did hear that last word. Yes, sir, son, done a heap of fighting today. Never forget that famous ride. Me and Paul Revere. Galloping from door to door, hollering, "Tom, Tom, the Red Caps is a-coming."
You rode with Paul Revere?
Care to see me saddle burn, son? Well, you can't draft me. Your 4 wars too late. Besides, I ain't even single.
You married?
Yep, dad blast the luck I am. I tell you, son, before you be going, I'd like you to meet the kinfolk. Oh, more.
What is it, Pa?
Oh, we got company. Soldier boy, this is more.
Likewise, I'm sure.
This is your wife?
Yep, never was much of a picker.
How do you do, ma'am?
Say, soldier boy.
Yes?
You know, you're cute enough to be in the Navy.
Oh, remember your age.
Say, Arch.
Well, if it ain't me little son.
Who? I get it. Hello, Pop.
Howdy, son.
Well, what? Ain't you gonna kiss me?
Rather go in the Army.
And this is your son?
Yes, as you see, soldier boy, ours was a childless marriage.
Say, son, how old is your father?
75.
And how about you? You look like you might be at draft age. How old are you?
Going on 86.
What? Your father's 75 and you're 86. How is this possible?
Well, who are we to question Mother Nature?
See, Sergeant, I'm too old a fuddy-duddy to go in the Army.
Well, Sergeant, I see you found him.
Marianne, what is this?
Archie, I knew you were lying about your age, and I wanted to teach you a lesson.
Oh. Well, I've learned me lesson. Now, let me learn you one, honey. How about a date tonight?
Sorry, Archie. I'm going out with the sergeant here.
Well, how about tomorrow night?
I'm going out with the corporal.
How about the next night?
A private.
Honey, where's your patriotism?
Patriotism?
Ain't you got no time at all for us Civil War veterans?
Listen again next week, friends, to Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night transcribed feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television, and by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. Listen tomorrow evening for The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, the Saturday night feature of the All-Star Festival.
For a beautiful smile, the life of Riley for laughs. Teal, T-E-E-L, Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice. That's it, T-E-E-L. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice brings you the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Remember, friends, for beautiful smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal, and just for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y, Riley, in the life of Riley. Well, it seems the newest interest in the life of Chester A. Riley is a stray dog that our hero brought home with him. Right now, Riley and his four-legged friend are having a cozy chat in the dining room of the Riley's California bungalow.
Atta boy, pal. Come on, boy. Take it easy, pal. That's a good boy. Are you enjoying your dinner, pal? That's a good boy, pal. Oh, wait a minute, pal. That there lamb chop bone is empty. Here's a fresh empty bone.
Oh, Pop. Don't let Mom catch you feeding that dog at the table.
Oh, watching you eat, Pup, gives me an appetite. Here, wash the chop down with some of this noodle soup. That's good. Go ahead.
Noodle soup, Daddy. Why don't you feed him dog biscuits?
Babs, how can you say that? What do you think this dog is, an animal?
Oh, Riley, if you finish your lamb chops, I'll serve the... Riley, you gave him to the dog. Oh.
Oh, well, I couldn't help it, Dumplin'. There he was licking his chops, watching me licking my chops.
Well, he is a sweet dog, Riley. But must he make his home on our living room couch? Yes, Daddy, he's full of fleas.
He's loaded with them, Pop.
Well, all right. Suppose he has one or two fleas. There's a terrible housing shortage, and even a flea has to have a place to live.
I don't think that's very funny. Anyway, that dog can't stay on the couch because we'll need it for Sidney Monahan.
Sidney Monahan?
Oh, I forgot to tell you, Sidney phoned this afternoon. He just got into town.
What does that four-flusher want here?
Well, he sells insurance now, and he's in town for a day, and he can't get a hotel room, so naturally I told him if he doesn't get a place Friday night, he can stay here.
Naturally? What's so natural about it? Just because he was your boyfriend before I married you?
Well, he's your friend, too.
Well, that was a different kind of friendship. I never went dancing with him, and he never tried to kiss me.
Oh, but, Daddy, we have to be hospitable. Sidney's only going to be an overnight guest.
Yeah, I know that, Leach. He'll start out as an overnight guest and wind up as a deduction on my income tax. Besides, I don't like the way he's always telling your mother she's beautiful and calling her Peggy Pie.
Why, Riley, you're still jealous of Sidney.
I am not jealous.
Oh, yes, you are, Pop.
Why should I be jealous? Has he got more money than I have? Is he better looking than I am? Has he got more brains than I have? All right, so I'm jealous. That's him. That's that Monahan. Come in, Monahan.
Well. Hello, everybody.
Hello, Monahan.
Knew it was me, eh, Riley? Recognized the old Monahan door knock.
Yeah, I recognize it. Are you still doing it with your head?
Same old Riley. Same old obnoxious personality.
Save it, Monahan. You can't win me with flattery.
Peggy Pie. You mind my telling you you're just as beautiful as ever?
Yeah, you bet I do.
Riley, didn't ask you. Go on, Sidney. What were you saying?
Peggy Pie, if I didn't know you, I'd take you for bad sister.
Oh.
And Riley, if I didn't know you, I'd take you for Peg's father.
I know just how you feel, pal. Too bad you ain't got no teeth. But one more crack like that, you have my permission to gum it.
Save yourself.
Say, Riley, what kind of a dog is that?
Well, Pop says he's 1/2 terrier, 1/2 Airedale, 1/4 collie, and 1/8 spaniel.
Yeah, and from there on, he runs down into 16.
Well, if he was mine, I'd do something about his fleas.
Well, we've been trying to get Daddy to get rid of the fleas. Oh, yes, we keep telling him.
All right, so he's got fleas. But in this life, everybody's got to have something to annoy him. He's got fleas, and I've got Monahan.
Well, that was a fine dinner, Riley. You've got a wonderful little woman there. You know, a girl like Peg deserves the best.
Yeah, you're right, Monahan. But she's satisfied with me.
Riley, did you ever stop to think what would happen to Peg and the children if anything should, happen to you?
Now, wait a minute, Monahan. You ain't selling me no insurance.
Okay. Frankly, I wouldn't dream of selling you insurance.
Why not? What's the matter with me? Ain't I a good prospect?
Oh, yes, you certainly are. A man with your responsibilities should carry at least...
You're wasting your time, Monahan. I'm loaded with insurance.
You are?
Yeah.
Well, exactly how much are you covered for?
Plenty. If I went today, Peg would have 400 smackers. Cold cash.
400?
Yes.
Why, a decent funeral would cost at least 600.
600? That's fantastic. If Peg spends that much money, she'll hear from me. Anyway, I ain't worried. I lived all my life so far without dying, and I ain't starting now.
Just the same, Riley. Do you realize that you're risking disaster every time you cross the street?
Well, sure, but I don't expect to live in Los Angeles all my life. Anyway, my case is different. Peg would be such a young and beautiful widow. She's a cinch to marry again.
Granted. But she'd still be a widow with 2 children. You know single men, they hesitate getting involved. Unless, of course, the widow has a little something laid aside.
You know, Monahan, I never thought of that. But you're right. Say, how much do you think her second husband would want?
Well, you ought to carry at least $2,500.
And that would satisfy him, huh? It ought to. It's more than I got when I married her. But I'm a sport. Let him have the $2,500.
Fine, Riley, fine. I've got the perfect policy for you right here. Now, if you'll just sign it and hand over the $50.
Quick, give me that pen, Monahan. I'm signing this before you try to back out. Now, there, I signed it. Boy, all my worries are over now.
And get this right. Yeah? In case you meet with a fatal accident, the company pays the widow double, $5,000. Isn't that good?
For just a fatal accident?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's wonderful. The second husband will kiss me for that.
Oh, another thing. In case your accident is not fatal, you still collect. Of course, not as much as if it were fatal.
Well, that don't worry me. If I ever have an accident, it'll be fatal. I'm lucky that way.
You, Mr. Riley.
Well, if it ain't Waldo Binny. How's my little friend and neighbor, eh?
Oh, my aching back.
Why, what's the matter, Waldo? Did your wife hit you with a hockey stick again?
Oh, no, she used a bat. It's the baseball season, you know.
Poor Waldo. Waldo, how long have you been married to your wife?
Well, I'm 45. I was married at 30. Oh, I should say about 200 years.
Oh, I'm a lucky husband, Waldo. I got a wonderful wife. Why, only today I took out a life insurance policy for her sake.
She ought to be very thankful.
Well, Sidney Monahan's the one she really ought to thank. He sold me the policy.
Sidney Monahan?
Yeah.
Your wife's old boyfriend?
Yeah. Swell guy, Sidney. And between you and me, I think he's still a little crazy about Peg.
Mr. Riley, is there a clause in the policy that says the company pays twice as much if you have a fatal accident?
Yeah. Yeah, how did you guess? Good old Sidney, he insisted on my having that.
He insisted, did he?
Yeah.
Mr. Riley, did you ever see a movie called Double Indemnity?
Yeah, that was a swell picture. Well, wasn't that great where the insurance agent, Fred McMurray, and Barbara Stanwyck murder her husband and make it look like an accident, and then they collect the... Waldo, you don't mean my Peg would... No, not my Peg. She wouldn't.
Oh, of course not. She's completely innocent. But I'm sure that Monahan wouldn't mind marrying your widow if she had $5,000.
Yeah, that's what Monahan said the second husband would want. But Waldo, this is murder. Are you sure?
Well, I can't be 100% sure. But if I were you, I'd rather be me.
No, Waldo, you're making a big mistake. Monahan could never take my place with Peg. He ain't got no culture. He don't talk no good English. And he ain't got my loveliness.
But, Mr. Riley...
And in the second place, there's my sister. They never accept him for a father.
Why don't they like him?
No, he don't know how to handle children, but I do. I got a real childish mind. Now, Waldo, you're all wrong. After all, let's be fair to Monahan.
All right, let's be fair. Let's assume that Monahan is absolutely innocent.
Right.
Until we prove that he murdered you.
Right. Nothing could be fairer than that.
Now, Peggy, you're sure Riley won't mind my wearing this new suit of his?
Why, of course not, Sidney. And you know it fits you perfect.
Well, my suit won't be back from the cleaners till Monday, and I do want to make a good impression on that prospect I'm seeing tonight. Lots of money in it for me.
Oh, that's fine.
Oh, Dumpling.
There's Riley now.
Hello, Peg.
Hello, dear.
Hi, Riley.
Say, where'd you get the new... Hey, ain't that my suit?
Well, yes, dear. Sidney's is at the tailor, so I knew you wouldn't mind if he wore yours for tonight.
Yeah, thanks a million, Riley. Beautiful suit. Wish I had one like it.
Well, why don't you try buying one, Monahan? Only $26.50.
Yeah. Hey, that's cheap. I'll go up tomorrow and pick a... No, I think I'll wait a little while.
Wait. Because they'll never be cheaper than they are now.
Yeah, I know.
Well, then what are you waiting for?
Well, I'm a little short on cash now, but I expect to get hold of some money real soon.
You do, huh?
Yes, sir. If things work out, little Sidney's going to make a killing.
But Sidney, you...
Isn't that nice, Riley? Well, you might wish Sidney luck.
Yeah, good luck, Sidney, to kill him.
Well, thanks, Riley. Say, I can't get over how nice your suit fits me. Why, I bet I could wear all your clothes.
Well, I ain't betting.
Hello, Mother. Hello, dear. Say, Daddy, I need some money.
Babs, that's Monahan you're talking to. I'm over here.
Oh, well, in that suit, I thought it was you.
Well, that's the first time an old bachelor like me was ever called Daddy. And you know, I like it. Say it again, Babs.
Oh, I need some money, Daddy.
Sure thing, daughter. Here's $1 from your daddy.
Oh, well, gee, thanks, Mr. Monahan. Say, you wouldn't make such a bad father after all.
Babs, give Monahan back that $1. If you want $1, ask your present father.
All right, Daddy.
Here, there's a quarter.
Well, come on, everybody. Supper's ready. Come on, sit down, everybody.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, Riley, will you please...
Wait a minute. Monahan. Why are you sitting at the head of the table?
Oh, I'm sorry, Riley. I just slipped into your place by accident.
Accident? Well, that better be the last accident that happens in this house.
Riley, don't get so excited.
I'm not excited. But get this straight, Monahan. I don't mind you wearing my clothes and moving in on us and eating here free. But if you ever sit at the head of this table, it'll be over my dead body.
Just brought to the first act of The Life of Riley, and we'll return to Riley in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is Ken Carpenter. You know that only Teal of all the leading dentifrices protects your teeth from ugly gum-line cavities? Well, here's why. Out of every 10 adults, 8 have receding gums. And when gums recede, parts of your teeth are exposed which are 25 times softer than tooth enamel. Now, those softer parts are easily damaged by the daily use of toothpaste or powder containing harsh abrasives. So the chances are 8 in 10 you are risking those ground-in cavities daily, unless the dentifrice you use contains no such abrasives. Only Teal, the modern liquid dentifrice, cleans teeth without abrasives, cleans with a patented ingredient, protects teeth from gum-line cavities as no other leading dentifrice can. The Teal way takes 1 extra minute a week to make teeth look their best safely. Just follow directions on the package. Remember, large family-sized Teal saves money. T-E-E-L, Teal, the tangy, refreshing liquid dentifrice. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Well, Chester A. Riley has the mistaken idea he's going to be murdered. It all began when Sidney Monahan, an old flame of Mrs. Riley, sold Riley a life insurance policy with a double indemnity clause. Now, poor Riley suspects that Monahan is planning to do away with him and then try to marry his widow for the insurance money. Right now, we find Sidney plotting murder, but not Riley's, of course.
But, Peggy Pie, I'm telling you, you're wasting your time with that insect spray. There's only one thing that'll get rid of that dog's fleas. Chloroform.
Chloroform, Sidney?
Mm-hmm. Just dab some on this pup's coat, and those fleas will disappear. Perfectly harmless.
Well, I'll try anything, but where can I get the chloroform?
Oh, I'll take care of that. I'll get some.
Oh, all right, Sidney. But for heaven's sake, let's keep this a secret. Riley'd be furious if anybody touched his precious dog.
Is the coat clear, Riley?
Yeah, the house is empty, Waldo.
Good. Now we can search his room and get some evidence against that vicious monster.
Waldo, I think we're wrong. This guy Monahan's really a sweet monster. Deep down, he's the kind of fellow that wouldn't harm a flea.
Mr. Riley, you can't afford to take chances. Look, isn't that Monahan's briefcase there?
Yeah.
Let's search it for the weapon.
Waldo, we can't open that. If Monahan found out, he wouldn't like it.
Mr. Riley, this man plans to murder you.
Yeah, I know, but I don't want to create any bad feeling between us. Look, Waldo, I tell you got Monahan wrong. He's really crazy about me.
Well, nothing much in his briefcase. Just some papers. Some pipe cleaners. Box of aspirin. Bottle of chloroform. A box of pencils.
You see, I told you he wouldn't find any... chloroform.
Chloroform. That's what he's going to use.
Chloroform. No, he mustn't. I can't stand the smell of chloroform.
It's an old method. He chloroforms you, throws you on the railroad tracks to make it look like an accident, and tries to marry your beneficiary.
No, Monahan wouldn't do that.
Why not? Fred McMurray did it.
Waldo, protect me.
Mr. Riley, your hours are numbered.
Yeah. Oh, why wasn't I smart? Why didn't I take out a policy where if I get murdered, I'm the beneficiary?
Who there, Riley? Wait for me.
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, it's you, Digger. That's all I need now.
Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Digger, what are you doing around here?
Oh, I've just come from a meeting of my club, the UPUS.
UPUS?
Yes, the Undertakers and Pallbearers Uplift Society. A fine organization. Our motto is work, don't shirk. That's why whenever I see a man lying down, I go right after him.
Digger, I'm in terrible trouble. Did you ever feel as if the ground was slipping out from under you?
No, but I've seen dozens of similar cases. What's distressing you, Riley?
Well, there's a guy, Sidney Monahan, and he likes my wife.
I know how you feel. When I first started in my profession, the driver of my business vehicle made goo-goo eyes at my wife.
Huh? What happened?
Oh, I scared the life out of him. I said, see here, you cad. If you don't cease making eyes at my wife, you'll stop being the driver of my vehicle and become its passenger.
Well, my case is worse, Digger. This guy Monahan saw a movie once, and it gave him an idea, see?
Yes, movies are very stimulating. I go to them regularly. Ah, the cinema. Boris Karloff strangling Peter Lorre. Boris Karloff carving Bela Lugosi. Boris Karloff torturing Sidney Greenstreet. I adore Boris. He's so gay.
Digger, this Monahan wants to murder me and try and marry Peg for my insurance. I hope she turns him down. Boy, will I laugh.
Murder? Oh, no, Riley.
He's going to chloroform me, and then he'll pick me up and throw me on a railroad track.
Nonsense, Riley. You're too heavy. From years of experience, I'd say that it would take at least 6 men to carry you.
But Digger, I saw the chloroform, I tell you.
You did?
Yes.
Oh, then you must act, Riley. Confront this fiend and expose him to the world.
You're right. That's what I'll do. My head's made up. Will you come with me, Digger?
Certainly, Riley. I'm the last man to ever let a friend down. Come along.
on in, Digger. There's a light in the kitchen. I'm going in there and face him with my face.
Good. That should frighten him.
Come on.
Well, here it is.
Shh, that's money.
Yes, sir, Peggy. Enough chloroform in this bottle to kill a million.
Digger, you hear? Chloroform. I told you he would... Wait a minute. Who's he talking to? He can't be talking to... No, it can't be.
Do you think we ought to do it tonight, Sidney?
It is. Oh, Peg.
Oh, why wait? It's got to be done sometime.
Digger, my Peg, he's talked her into it.
Oh, Riley, it's a good thing I came along. I think you're going to need me.
You don't think Riley suspects what we're up to?
Nah, he never knows what's going on. Well, we could hit him over the head with a lead pipe and he wouldn't know what had happened.
No, use the chloroform.
Well, all right, let's get it over with.
Okay, but it'll be easier if we wait until the dog's asleep.
Calling me a dog. That's going too far.
Oh, Riley, you heard it.
Peg, tell me it ain't true. The chloroform, you weren't going to use it.
Well, I might as well confess. Yes, I was, Riley.
No, Monahan put you up to this.
Now, don't blame Sidney. It was all my idea.
Now, look, Riley, I was just trying to do Peg a favor.
I know why you were doing it. Give me back that check.
What check?
The check I gave him for the insurance. Give it to me.
But, Riley...
Give me that check.
All right. Here it is.
There. See? I'm tearing it up in 1,000 pieces. There.
Riley, have you gone crazy?
Murder me for my money, will you? Chloroform me, huh?
Chloroform you? Oh, Riley, listen, be sensible.
I'm through being sensible. Monahan, I'm going to give you the beating of my life. Take that! Oh, my wrist. I broke my wrist. He's got a cast iron head.
Riley, you hit the doorknob.
Oh, my wrist. I'll get you yet, you murderer.
Oh, no one's trying to murder you, Riley. We got the chloroform just to get rid of the fleas.
I resent that. You know very well I ain't got no fleas.
The dog fleas.
The dog... Pal? You mean... Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Didn't Sidney buy the chloroform to murder me?
Of course not.
What a revolting development this is.
Oh, Riley. How could you suspect for even 1 second that I...
Don't yell at me, Dumpling. Not now. My wrist is killing me. It must be broken. Well, I've got one consolation. I'm insured against accidents.
Oh, no, you're not, Riley. You just tore up that check for the premium, which automatically cancels the policy.
You mean that I don't get paid for this broken wrist?
Mm-hmm. Not a cent.
This development is even more revolting than the other revolting development.
We'll be back in half a minute. Why risk cavities at the gum line? Cavities ground in by the daily use of toothpastes or powders containing harsh abrasives. Teal cleans teeth without abrasives, protects teeth from such cavities. Enjoy Teal tonight. T-E-E-L, Teal, the refreshing liquid dentifrice.
Dumpling, please forgive me, will you?
Well, I really shouldn't.
Oh, you ought to be ashamed, Riley.
Yeah, I know. But deep down inside of me, I didn't believe it. I apologize. You and Sidney.
Well, all right, dear. I accept your apology.
Oh, thanks, Dumpling. I could kiss you.
And Riley, I accept your apology, too.
Oh, Monahan, I could, let's you and me just shake hands, huh?
Procter & Gamble, makers of Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, invites to be their guests next week to hear the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. William Bendix appears by arrangement with Hal Roach. The Life of Riley is produced for Teal by Irving Brecker and is directed by Don Bernard. Music by Lou Kozlov. The script by Ashmead Scott, Alan Lipscott, and Reuben Schiff. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Junior is Scotty Beckett. Babs is Sharon Douglas. Digger Odell is John Brown. Waldo Binney is Dink Trout. And Sidney Monahan is Lou Merrill. This is Ken Carpenter on behalf of Teal, inviting you to listen again next week. And remember, for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y, Riley. And for lovely smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, protects teeth beautifully.
It's a washing miracle for silk, nylon, woolen, dishes.
What are you talking about?
Dreft. I'll spell it. D-R-E-F-T, Dreft. Yes, ladies, and Dreft spells faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any suds before in history.
That's true. Take lingerie, for example. Why, Dreft keeps my dainty underthings fresher and brighter than even expensive soap flakes.
Right. You see, Dreft is different from soap. Dreft's rich suds rinse clean and clear. They simply can't leave any sticky deposit the way all soaps do. No wonder Dreft keeps lingerie, stockings, new woolens prettier and brighter far longer than any soap could ever do. With Dreft, there's no soap fading.
Yes, and for washing dishes, Dreft is just unbelievable. Why, Dreft makes my dishes shine even without wiping. Every woman knows how dishes washed with soap dry with a greasy film unless you polish them. Well, my Dreft wash dishes drain dry, bright and sparkling. Even glasses sparkle without touching a towel to them.
Yes, ladies. Decide now to open up this bright new world of beauty for all your nice things. For your fine washables, for your dishes. So get Dreft in the bright green package. Dreft, Procter & Gamble's amazing suds discovery that gives you faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any suds before in history. That's D-R-E-F-T, Dreft. Next time you shop, get Dreft.
Remember, for laughs, it's the Life of Riley every week at this same time. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog is Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, John 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, Lum's attempt to lure Cedric and his tent away from in front of the Jot 'em Down store with a pinball machine failed when Cedric bought the pinball machine himself. But this mishap was counterbalanced by what Lum and Abner think is good fortune. For Squire Skimp informed them that he might be able to secure a friend of his who is a famous building contractor to build the proposed Wonderful World apartments. As we look in on the little community today, we find Abner in the Jot 'em Down store and library, and with him is Grandpappy Spears. Listen.
Well, I don't think we got a book like that in the library, Grandpa.
Oh, yes, you have, Abner. I was reading it in here just the other day. My own eyes. It's called The Junior Mystic Fortune Teller's Guide. I know it's here somewhere.
Well, I don't see what you want such a book as that for no way.
Well, to make some money. That's what I want it for, to make some money.
Ah, prattle.
And don't you prattle me, Abner Peabody.
Well, how are you going to make any money out of a thing like that?
Well, I'm going to tell fortunes. What do you think I'm going to do? Cedric's giving me a place in his tent out there, and I'm going to charge 10 cents a fortune. Make big money in it. Reckon where that book's at.
Just a minute, Grandpap. How do you expect to find a place in Cedric's tent? He's already got it filled up with his lemonade stand, that pinball machine.
Don't worry, I'll find it. Here we are, right here. The Junior Mystic Fortune Teller's Guide. That's it.
Oh, my, now, don't start reading that out loud, Grandpa.
Let's see here. Telling fortunes by cards. You got any playing cards around the store, Abner?
No, of course we ain't.
I'll have to use some other method then. Telling fortunes by palms. Got any palms, Abner?
Palms?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe we have, Grandpa.
Let's see. Telling fortunes by names and ages. I know you got a name.
Why, sure, I got a name. It's Abner Peabody. I've had that ever since I can recollect.
Hey, I believe I'll just tell your fortune, Abner, just to brush up on it. I'll do it for you free, too.
Well, good. Doggy, I love to have my fortune told.
First of all, you got to tell me your name.
Well, I'll give you that, Abner Peabody.
Well, that's wrong, Abner.
Wrong?
According to the book here, it's supposed to be John James.
John James?
That's what it's got down here. John James. These books ain't generally wrong, neither.
Well, I do know John James. Reckon I've been going around all these years with a wrong name.
Must have.
Doggy's old Lum's going to be awful spry. He thinks my name's Abner.
All right, now, give me your age, Abner. I mean, John.
My age?
Yeah.
Well, over 40.
40? Yeah. Sassafras. You're closer to 90 than 40.
I am not. I'm younger than old man Quincy, and he's younger than Grandpa Masters, and he's
Wait a minute. No use arguing, John. It's down here in the book. You're, well, for the land's sakes.
What's the matter?
Abner, did you know you're just 14-year-old?
14?
Yeah, that must be a mistake. That can't be right.
No, I'll admit I'm older than that.
Oh, I've known you longer than that.
Yeah, it might be just turned around backwards. Maybe they meant to put down 41 there.
Well, that wouldn't be much closer. I might have the wrong page here. You ain't John James after all.
I ain't. Well, here, get this thing settled. I gotta know what my name is when I answer the telephone and all.
Mary Smith. That ain't you.
Oh, no, that ain't me. I'm a boy. Or a man.
You know, this fortune teller's a heap harder than I figured it was. I might have to raise my price to 15 cents.
15, huh?
Wait a minute. This might be you right here. Charles Doe.
Charles Doe? Doggy, if that's me, the first thing I'm going to do is change my name. Might change it to John James. I believe I like that better.
You can't change it, Abner. Charles. This one must be you, because it's the oldest in here.
The oldest?
Yeah, you're still just 16, but it's the best I can do for you. Well, we'll go ahead with this one just for practice.
Well, maybe what they got written down there is my fortune when I was just a boy. That's more likely it. Go ahead, tell me what it says.
Well, to begin with, Charles, according to this, you will soon take a journey.
Well?
Either a long journey or a short one, depending on its length.
Doggy's a journey. Where am I going? Fort Smith?
I don't know.
Little Rock?
It don't say, Abner.
Charles is the name.
Yeah.
You can call me Charlie, though, Grandpap. That sounds a heap more friendly, I believe.
You will soon meet a person who will have much influence in your life.
Well, now who do you reckon that is?
You must take care not to place too much trust
reckon
in this.
It's Cedric? No, I've done met him.
Don't interrupt me, Charlie.
Oh, excuse me.
You must take care not to place
Might be somebody I'm going to meet on that trip to Little Rock. Does it say there when I'm supposed to leave on a trip? Wait a minute. There comes Lum up out there.
Lum?
Yeah.
I don't see him no place.
Oh, well, he just tripped over one of Cedric's tent stakes there. There he is. See him getting up there now.
Yeah, I was looking for somebody standing up.
Yeah, well, he was.
Yeah, let's see where I was at here. You will soon take a journey, either a long journey.
Doggy's another? I don't know where Lum will let me get away from my store for all these trips or not. Of course, the book says I'm supposed to take him, well, I reckon I'll just have to do it.
Blame them tent stakes. We just got to get shut of Cedric and his tent, Abner. That's all they are to it.
Yeah, morning, Lum.
Morning, Abner. Howdy, Grandpap. Howdy, Lum.
What'd you call me, Lum?
What'd I call you?
Yeah.
Why, Abner, of course.
Well, Charlie's my name, Lum.
Charlie?
Yeah. I never knowed it myself, though, just now. See, Grandpap's telling my fortune. He's taking up that sort of work.
Yes, sir. Going to set up business in Cedric's tent out there, Lum. Going to make a heap of money out of it, too. For goodness sakes, Grandpap, you can't make no money that way.
That's what I've been telling him.
Well, you fellas just wait and see. I'll show you. Now, where was we at, Charlie?
Huh?
Oh, yeah. You will soon take a journey.
Doggies, I'm getting to be a regular traveling man. Where'd I go this time, Grandpap?
Quit arguing about that. We got more important things to talk about.
How?
I got to brush up on my fortune telling, Lum. Well, brush up to yourself, Grandpap. Don't bother us. I got some good news for us, Abner.
How?
Or rather, Squire's got it for us.
Squire?
Yeah, he'll be here in a minute. Just stopped to see how Cedric was coming along with handing out them insurance cards for him.
Oh.
Wait a minute, here he comes now.
Yeah, well, what's the good news, Lum? Is it about that contractor feller, the one that Squire's going to get first?
Well, you'll hear in just a second.
Oh.
Come on in, Squire.
Yes, thank you, Lum. Well, howdy, Abner. Grandpap.
Don't pay no attention to Grandpap, Squire. He's reading.
Oh, yes.
Go ahead and tell Abner the good news, Squire.
Well, I just had a long-distance call, Abner, from my good friend at the county seat. And I'm happy to report that he is anxious indeed to undertake the supervision and building of the Wonderful World apartment.
Well, good for him.
But that ain't all, Abner. Tell him about the prices he's going to charge.
Well, yes, that is the best news of all. Even better than I'd hoped for. You see, in the first place, my friendship means a great deal to him, naturally. So he's anxious to do any favors that he can for me. And in the second place, he waxed so enthusiastic over the idea behind your Wonderful World apartment project that he's willing to handle this whole job for nothing, Abner.
For nothing?
Yes, sir. That's right. For nothing, Mom.
Good for him. Well, hooray.
Squire says he's going to drive over here to Pine Ridge this week and discuss it with us.
Yes, huh?
Yeah. Says he wants to get started building apartments right away.
He does. Well, he'll need to get some fellers to help him, won't he? He can't build a big a building as that is all by himself, surely.
Well, no, you see, Abner, he doesn't actually do the labor himself. His job is to contract for all the work, the carpenters and painters and cement men and all that. Naturally, why, we'll have to put the $10,000 in his name, so that he can let all these contracts.
We will.
Oh, yes, Lum. That's the usual custom. Mere routine is all, and that makes everything legal, you see.
By the way, Squire, what is this feller's name?
Yeah, that's right. We've been so excited about getting him, we forgot to ask what his name is.
Yes, why, it's Gregory W. Dobbs.
Doggy, that sure is a fancy name. Gregory what?
Gregory W. Dobbs.
Well, there's two W's in there.
Yes.
Gregory W.
You must
Dobbs.
take care not to place too much trust in this person.
What's that, Grandpap?
You will regret any dealings you have with this person.
Grandpap, I wonder if you'd step outside with me. I'd like to talk over some business with you.
Why, sure, Squire. I'll be proud to.
Yes, well, come along, and I'll see you later then, Lum, and I'll let you know when Mr. Dobbs will arrive.
Yeah, all right, Squire. You do that. So long, Squire.
Yes, so long.
You wanted to see Grandpap in such a hurry.
I don't know. More likely want to get his fortune told, I reckon. Doggy, I can't hardly wait to see this W. Gregory W. feller. Is he the one that Squire said built that Empire State Building?
Yeah, he's the one.
Well,
and when me and him get together and start figuring, we'll more likely end up with a building twice as big as the Empire State Building.
We will, huh?
Oh, you wait and see.
Well, sure, now, he must be an awful nice feller, Lum, to be willing to do all this work for nothing first.
Yeah, well, just like Squire said, he's retard and don't actually need the money.
Sure.
And he knows that this is a project to do good for the community, so he wants to help all he can.
Well, I just hope he gets the apartment built fast, because Elizabeth's getting awful anxious to move in.
Everybody is.
It's all she talks about. Doggy, there comes Grandpap back already. Well, never taken him very long to tell Squire's fortune, did he?
Yeah, what's that he's waving there?
I don't know.
Yeah. So you fellas said I couldn't make no money out of my fortune teller. Just take a look at this.
Well, I do know. A $10 bill. Did Squire give you that?
Why, sure.
For telling his fortune?
I reckon so. He done most of the talking, though.
He did, huh?
Yeah, say, did either one of you fellas know what hush money means?
Say, Amos, what is the greatest name in communications?
The Columbia Broadcasting System, Andy.
Well, how do you like that? That's the network we is on.
Oh, you said it. The
Amos and Andy Show, written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, transcribed, and featuring Amanda Randolph, Johnny Lee, Ernestine Wade, Tommy Moore, Will Wright, Lud Gluskin's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Amos and Andy! Well, New Year's Eve is the time everyone likes to put on his best and go out for an evening of fun. And with New Year's only a week away, Sapphire and her mother are looking at ads in the paper for evening gowns, while the Kingfish views the procedure with distaste.
Oh, looky here, Mama. Ain't that a beautiful dress?
Oh, it's just exquisite, daughter. Yes, look how tight and form-fitting it is.
Oh, yes, I love a dress like that. You know, these new French styles was just made for my figure.
Yeah, you got the French figure, all right. You got a shape on you like the Eiffel Tower. You wide at the base and tapers to a point.
What did you say?
Yeah, and you was a little spread out around the Rue de la Paix, too.
Well, I wouldn't talk about no figures if I was you, George. With that sad face, that bloated stomach, and that flat-footed waddle, you look like a tied penguin hunting for a place to lay an egg.
Huh. Ain't no use for me to be looking at dresses, no way. We ain't going no place New Year's Eve.
What you talking about? We was going over to Aunt Sarah's in Brooklyn like we done last year. Spend New Year's Eve with the family.
We's only going there 'cause we got no place else to go.
Yes, you never take me no place. The last time we went out in evening clothes was when the boys come home from the war.
Yeah, I remember that. It was 10 years ago, and the boys were singing, "There'll be bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover."
It was 35 years ago, and the boys were singing, "It's a long way to Tipperary."
Well, it's disgusting. We don't ever go no place, and we don't know the right people.
You're right. Everybody else in town is going to the J. Worthington DePeisters New Year's Eve ball. Does we ever go any place? Does we ever get invited anywhere? No.
Yeah, but I can't afford all the clothes you need.
Even a groundhog gets out more than Sapphire.
Sure, yeah. All the groundhog's got to do is crawl out of his hole. You don't have to spend a couple of $100 making it look presentable.
George, that's the trouble with us. Here it is, the new year, the last day of the old year, and all year you ain't done nothing nice for me, and I ain't done nothing nice for you.
Yeah, well, it's like follow the leader. If you don't ever do anything nice for me, I might do something nice for you. A fat chance I got ever that happening.
If there's any niceness in the family, it comes from me, 'cause you is the poorest excuse for a human being I ever met. You is stupid, lazy, ignorant, and uncouth, and there ain't one person in the whole world that's got any respect for you. You ain't nothing, you hear? Nothing. I'm going in the bedroom.
Holy mackerel. To think I just married Sapphire 'cause her father owned a butcher store. Just think if I'd listened to Bernard McFadden, I'd have been a happy vegetarian today.
Kingfish, take it easy here. How come you're getting so upset just 'cause you wasn't invited to the DePeisters' ball?
Well, it's not that, Andy. It's what Sapphire said. On account of me, she ain't been able to take her rightful place in society and all that stuff.
Yeah?
Hey, after all, you know, we started out great. Look at the big social wedding we had back in Marietta, Georgia.
Yeah, that was a high-class hunk of nuptialating, all right.
Oh, yeah. Sapphire's papa threw a real brawl. After all, he had the biggest butcher business in town, you know.
Yeah, that was quite a sight when you come out of the church. Sapphire's 6 brothers making that archway with their cross salamis.
Oh, yeah, then. Nothing was too good for his favorite daughter.
Yeah. Well, I guess Sapphire's pretty upset about not going to the New Year's Eve ball at the DePices. Where's you going to go?
Well, we're going over there, and Sarah's over in Brooklyn as a sort of a family tradition, you know.
Oh, all the relatives go over there to Brooklyn, huh?
Yes, Andy, and I really hate that affair. The worst thing is they seats all the men at the table according to how well they're doing in business, you see.
Oh, yeah. Well, where do you usually sit?
Well, I tell you, Andy, if that dining room didn't have a bay window, I'd be eating out on Flatbush Avenue. Yes, Andy, it's a mess. Yeah, and it passes the plates down the table, and you should see my plate by the time it gets to me.
Yeah? The relatives really snipes at it on the way down, huh?
I'll say it does. Last New Year's Eve, I wound up with a half a turkey wing, 18 olive pits, an air trumpet, and a Stevenson button.
Yeah, well, it's awful, Kingfish, having a sponge like that.
Well, I tell you, Andy, I wish there was some way, though, that I could win back Sapphire's respect. Sure heard that I got some high-class friends and all that.
Well, I'll see you around, Kingfish. I got to get back to my boarding house.
Well, so long, Anna, so long. Oh, me. If I could only get an invitation to the DePices ball, I could... Say, wait a minute, Sheriff. Why can't I write out one myself and mail it to Sapphire? Yeah, there ain't no chance of it kicking back on me, because on New Year's Eve we got to go to Aunt Sarah. Yeah, let me get a typewriter out here. Society, here we come.
Oh, yes, George, it came in the mail today. Ain't it wonderful?
Yes, it is. Miss DePice types a nice handwriting there, don't she?
Well, George, maybe I done misjudged you. This invitation shows you is respected by the people that count.
Yes, it's a shame we can't go, and I could introduce you to all the other society friends I know.
But, George, we can go.
Yeah, I'd like to have you meet excuse me there, Sapphire. You was messed up on your grammar there. You was used naked infinity where you should have used the undraped participle there.
No, George, I said we can go to the ball.
Now, wait a minute. You knows we have to go to Aunt Sarah's. We does that every New Year's Eve.
Yeah, I know, George, but I done already talked to Aunt Sarah, and she's so happy about this invitation. She says this shows at least some of her relatives amounts to something.
Yeah, but wait a minute, here. We got to go to Aunt Sarah's for dinner. I planned it. I already done bought the bicarbonate. I got to go.
Now, George, you has always hated Aunt Sarah. You said she was a deplorable old hag.
No, you misunderstood me. I say adorable old hag. Yeah. She's a beautiful old hag.
Now, listen, George, we have this invitation, and we're going, and that's that. Why, I didn't even order the new dress. Now, I'm going in and tell Mama the good news.
Holy mackerel, what a mess. I wonder if they could extradite me if I took it on the lam to Guatemala here.
Every day, 1,000 homes catch fire. 90% of those fires are caused by carelessness. Take stock now. Is your electrical equipment in good shape? How about old newspapers and magazines? Do you clear them out regularly or leave them piled as fire hazards? Be careful, too, of cleaning fluids and make a rule against smoking in bed. Remember, don't gamble with fire. The odds are against you.
I think I'll walk back to the rooming house and take a little nap. And then I can... It sure is getting cold. My spine feels like a bone popsicle.
Why, if it isn't Andy Brown.
Yeah. Excuse me, miss. I don't think I has had the pleasure I can't recall, I don't recollect, hello?
Why, Andy, you don't recognize me at all.
Well, now, wait a minute, Gia. Wait just a minute. Didn't we go through the tunnel of love at Coney Island once?
Well, I don't remember that.
Yeah, well, I guess you ain't the same one. If you had, baby, you would have remembered it.
Andy, why, I'm Sadie Hunter.
Oh, yeah, Sadie Hunter, the debutante. Yeah. How is you, Sadie?
Oh, Andy, darling, I'm so glad I ran into you.
Yeah, likewise. 'Cause you makes a nice collision.
Andy, you know what I have right here in my purse?
No.
An invitation to the DePice's New Year's Eve ball.
Well, that's nice.
Yes, Andy, I got an invitation, and I got an evening gown, but I lack just one thing.
Well, don't worry about it, honey, 'cause whatever it is you lacks, it ain't worth having.
No, Andy. I mean a bow to go with. Would you like to see the new year end with little old me?
Honey, big fat me would just love to see it in with little old you.
Oh, that's so sweet of you, Andy. Now, suppose you hold the invitation. You're the man. And anyway, I always lose things.
Yeah, well, okay. I'll take it and stick it in my pocket here.
It's formal, you know, white tie and tail.
Oh, natural. I got 2 or 3 of them.
Oh, that's fine, Andy. It's tomorrow night at the Lenox Hall. Now, suppose you pick me up about 8-ish?
Honey, I'll be right there on the dottish.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. The DePice's ball. I wonder if I ought to brush up on my dancing. I wouldn't want to show up there and Lindy hop myself right out of the social register.
Oh, me, that phony invitation done backfired on me. Sapphire expect me to go to the ball, and I ain't got no invitation, no chance of getting the, Well, come in, Brother Abner.
Hi, Kingfish, hi. Say, I want to ask you something. Do you know a good place I could take dancing lessons?
Dancing lessons?
Yeah. I has got an invitation to go to the DePice's ball.
Yeah, well, you has got an invitation to the DePice's ball?
Yes, sir. Right here in my pocket. I'm going with Sadie Hunter. She just gave me the invitation.
So you has got an invitation to this fancy dress ball, huh?
Yep, right in my pocket.
Sit down, Cinderella.
Thank you.
So you got an invitation right there in your pocket, and you want to take dancing lessons, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Andy, welcome to Arthur Murray's Uptown branch.
You mean that you can teach me dancing, Kingfish? Can you teach me the samba and the rumba, that new dance, the mambo jumbo?
Oh, no, Andy. You don't get the mambo your jumbo at these high-class affairs, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, the ball like this, the big thing is the waltz, Andy.
Waltz.
I tell you, Andy, there ain't nothing like swishing around the floor to the beautiful waltz music of that great woman composer, Joanne Strauss.
That's the thing to do, huh?
No, Andy, it's a beautiful thing. I tell you what, stand up there a minute. I'll give you a little demonstration.
Yeah, like this?
Yeah, that's it. Now tell me, Andy, do you know the Murray Widow?
No, but I used to know a grass widow that was a lot of fun.
I'm talking about the song from the motion picture, the one where Mario Lasagna did the singing there.
Oh, yeah, I know the song. Oh, the song. Yeah, well, explain to me about the waltz, Kingfish.
Okay, now, in doing the waltz, you hold your left hand out. That's it.
Yeah.
Now, you put your right hand here on your hip. And now I takes my right hand, and I put it right there on your hip, right on your pocket.
Well, so far, this ain't nothing. Maybe it's better with a gal.
No, Andy, now close your eyes.
Close my eyes?
Yeah, certainly, Andy. You got to get in the spirit of the thing. Now, close your eyes, and we'll waltz around the floor to the tune of the beautiful Murray Widow waltz. Now, you got your eyes closed?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, here we go. Do-dee-do-dee-do-dee-do-dee-do.
What'd we stop for, Kingfish?
I just remember, Andy, the correct position for the waltz is with my hand on your other pocket.
Listen. How long is this session going to last, Kingfish?
Well, just as long as it takes me to you to pick it up.
Yeah, well, come on, let's go.
All right, now close your eyes again, Andy.
Okay.
All right, here we go waltzing. Do-dee-do-dee-do.
Hold it, Kingfish. Hold it right there. Hold it.
What's the matter, son?
Just a minute now. I got my eyes closed, but you got a hold of one of my hands, ain't you?
That's right.
And your other hand is around my waist, ain't it?
That's right.
Well, then I think that Mary Wood is going through my pocket.
No, Andy, no. That's just an optical illusion. And always happens in the walls. Now, don't pay no attention to it. Close your eyes. Now, here we go.
Okay.
Do-dee-do-dee-do-dee-do-dee-do. Okay, Andy, mission completed. Lesson number 1 over. Go ahead.
Now, wait a minute, Kingfish. I'm just catching on to this thing. Hurry up and give me lesson number 2. Come on.
Want lesson number 2? Well, tell you what, Andy, just sit down on the chair there a few minutes.
Okay. Why must I sit here, Kingfish?
Well, one of the most important things of all, Andy, if you're going to a ball, you got to practice sitting out dances, you see. Arthur Murray devotes 7 lessons to that alone. Yeah, you ain't socially acceptable unless you squats correctly. That's the thing.
Oh, yeah.
Now, you just stay there and practice sitting out dancing, Andy. I got to go out. I'll be back to the dancing stuff later. So long.
Okay. Oh, me, I was getting tired. I wonder what happened to the Kingfish. Hi, Amos. Hi.
Hi, Andy. Say, what you doing sitting in that straight-back chair up against the wall there?
Oh, I was practicing sitting out dances. And you know something? I must be a wallflower. There ain't nobody asked me to dance in 20 minutes.
Andy, what in the world is you talking about, son?
But I've been taking dancing lessons. You see, I'm going to the DePeister New Year's Eve ball with Sadie Hunter tomorrow night.
Yeah, well, that's wonderful. Say, Andy, it might be snowing. Maybe I could drive you and your gal to the dance tomorrow night in my taxi cab.
Oh, that'd be great, Amos.
Yeah. What time do the thing start, Andy?
Let me look on the invitation here and make sure I got a...
what's the matter?
Wait a minute here. The invitation ain't here. That's funny. It was here when I was dancing with the Kingfish.
You was dancing with the Kingfish, and your invitation is now missing, huh?
Yeah, now, there's a funny thing.
Look, Andy, why don't you put 2 and 2 together there and see what you got?
Yeah, that's just what I'm going to do. 2 and 2. Amos, give me a pencil. I ain't too good at arithmetic.
Well, George, I'm all set for the ball tonight. How do you like my new dress?
Oh, it's a beauty, Sapphire. Yeah, just a beauty. You're going to be the belle of the ball. Just one thing, with your loose pivot tooth, I wouldn't blow them New Year's Eve horns too hard. You liable to toot the thing loose and end up at midnight gumming your way through old Lang Syne.
I'll be careful, George. Oh, I'm just so happy. You getting this invitation to the DePeisters shows that people does really think something of you. And, George, on account of this, I really has respect for you.
Respect for me? Oh, honey, that's wonderful. Oh, that's, you gotta have, wait a minute, I'll get it.
I'll go change my dress.
George Kingfish Stevens speaking.
This is Andy Kingfish. My invitation to the DePeisters New Year's Eve ball is gone.
Well, what's that to me?
Look, Kingfish, I know you has got the thing.
Well, now, wait a minute, Andy.
Listen, if I don't get the invitation back, I'm calling the DePeisters and telling them you stole the thing and not let you in.
Oh, now, wait, okay, Andy, a fine pal you is. What good is friends if you can't steal from them?
Listen, Kingfish, I want that thing back.
Okay, I got the thing here, and I'll bring it over to you right now. Don't call the DePeisters.
That's better. Goodbye.
Oh, me, what a mess.
George, who was that on the phone?
Nobody, honey. Listen, I got to go out.
But, George...
No, honey, I'll see you later. So long.
George certainly is acting strange. He's acting just like he did on our honeymoon before he broke the news to me that we had to hitchhike our way back from Niagara Falls.
When the National Safety Council recently requested listeners to send them their traffic gripes, one of the most frequent complaints of citizens all over the country was this: Too many drivers stop for a light halfway or completely across the pedestrian crosswalk. Such stopping makes it dangerous for anyone to use the crosswalk. Be courteous. Don't block the crosswalk.
Well, sorry I had to call you down here to your office on New Year's Eve, Calhoun, but it's terribly important.
Well, Kingfish, when I got your call, I had 12 extremely hungry relatives at the table, and I had just took a big, juicy 24-pound turkey out the oven, right in the pan, gravy and everything, but I rushed down here anyway.
Yeah, but ain't you afraid to leave that turkey with all them relatives?
Is you kidding, Kingfish? I got that bird with all the fixings locked in the trunk of my car.
I see. You brung it with you, huh?
Yeah. Till I get back, ain't one of them can lay a fang on it.
Well, now, here's the thing, Calhoun. I done told my wife we was invited to the De-Pice's ball, but I didn't think we could go, you see. And now she planned on going, and we ain't got no invitation. Now, what must I do?
Well, now, Kingfish, I can't sympathize with you. You've been brought to this sorry state because of cheating and lying.
Yeah, but Calhoun, you gotta help me, man.
No, sir. The only thing that'll get you out of this mess is more lies. And the only time a man is justified, the only time a man should resort to a lie is in an extreme emergency.
Well, Calhoun, if you'll help me, I'll give you $20.
I hereby declare this mess an extreme emergency.
Oh, fine, Calhoun. Now, what can I do? If my wife don't get to that dance, she's going to lose all the respect for me that she has.
Well, now, wait a minute here. Now, hold on. Suppose you was to get sick.
Me?
Yeah. Suppose at the last minute you had a sudden attack of pneumonia.
Yeah, there's a lot of germs jumping around this time of the year, ain't there? Yeah, that's a great idea. You know what?
Yeah.
I'll get right on home and fake up an attack of pneumonia. Oh, Calhoun, you is a genius.
Oh, man, yeah. Well, I guess I better get on back to my New Year's Eve party.
Yeah, Calhoun, but ain't you afraid that turkey might dry up and spoil on you in the trunk of your car?
I ain't worried about that, Kingfish. I got my little nephew Gregory locked in the trunk, basting the thing.
Well, here's my apartment. I see through the keyhole there. Mama's sitting there in the living room. I'll try this pneumonia thing out on her. I just got to convince them that I'm really sick, so I don't want to go be too subtle about it. I'll open the door here and get down on my hands and knees now. Now I'll crawl in like I was in agony. Oh, me. Oh.
Well, how do you like this? The poor fish has come home fried.
Oh, no, Mama, I ain't fried. I'm sick. Yeah, I can't even stand up, Mama.
Well, I'll help you to your feet. What's wrong with you, anyhow?
Oh, I got pneumonia, Mama. I'm sick. Oh, look at me. My eyes is watering. I can hardly stand up. Look at the big circles under my eyes.
So what? You always look sad, saggy, and baggy to me.
Oh, no, Mama. I just come from the doctors. I got pneumonia. I got a terrible temperature. Doctor says it's 112.
112? The thermometer only goes up to 110.
Yeah, Mama. Well, you see, the doctor couldn't use a thermometer on me. I had to take my temperature with one of them weather barometers.
A weather barometer?
Yeah, he stuck the thing in my mouth, and he said the only thing that was saving me was a cold front moving in over my liver.
Now, look here. Sick or not sick, you are going to that ball. You ain't disappointing Sapphire.
Well, I wouldn't dream of it, Mama dear. I'm going to be brave, and, well, I'm going to go. I'll do the best I can. While we is dancing, I'll just try to scream in time to the music, you see.
Now, see here, George Stevens. You don't look sick to me, and if... I wonder who that is at the door.
There now, just take it easy, Mrs. Stevens.
I'll be all right, Doctor.
Well, good heavens, what's wrong? Sapphire and Dr. Farber.
Oh, Mama, I'm afraid I hurt my ankle.
Yes, Mrs. Smith, your daughter had a little accident. She slipped on the ice getting out of a cab. Seems to have sprained her ankle. I bandaged it up in my office, but she'll have to stay off of it for at least a couple of weeks.
Oh, dear. Well, child, I'll help you right into the bedroom.
Oh, wait a minute, Joe. What's going on here? What's this?
Oh, George, I done sprained my ankle. Ain't this terrible? We won't be able to go to the DePice's ball tonight. Oh, my New Year's ruined.
Yeah.
Oh, while you're here, Doctor, you better have a look at George. He's sick, too.
Oh? Well, what's the trouble, Stevens?
Oh, nothing, Doctor. All of a sudden, I feel wonderful. I never realized before what a great cure a sprained ankle is for pneumonia. I never realized. Now, let me prop your ankle up here, Sapphire. Mama getting you the aspirin. I was afraid this ain't a very happy New Year.
Well, thank you, George. Oh, George, I feel terribly sorry disappointing you like this. I know how much you counted on going to the DePice's ball.
Well, I had counted on going. I feel pretty bad about not going, but what can I do? You done sprained your ankle. It ain't your fault that you was awkward.
Well, George, I'm going to find some way to make it up to you, George.
Yeah, well, I hope you remember that. Now, I better go in and phone my apologies to the DePices. They'll be sorry. They might cry or something. I don't know. I won't mention, though, that it was your fault. I'll give you that break.
Oh. Well, George, I really thank you for being so big about the whole thing.
Here's your mama. I'll go make the call.
All right.
Well, here's your aspirin, daughter.
Oh, thank you, Mama.
Honey, this is just awful. You laid up in bed for 2 weeks.
Oh, no, Mama. I'll be up sooner than that.
But Dr. Farber said...
Mama, Dr. Farber was kind enough to help me. You see, Mama, I know we wasn't invited to the DePice's ball, but, well, this is New Year's Eve, and George say we never do nothing for each other, so what could be a better time to turn over a new leaf? For George's sake, I got Dr. Farber to help me pretend I had this sprained ankle.
This is Harlow Wilcox again, suggesting that you tune in this CBS radio station each evening, Monday through Friday, for the Amos and Andy Music Hall. You'll hear Amos and Andy at their very best, plus interviews with famous guests and lots of good popular music. Your local newspaper will give you the time of the Amos and Andy Music Hall. So remember to tune in and enjoy the fun and music and laugh with Amos and Andy. Oh, and Happy New Year, everybody.
That's right, folks. My partner Charles Carell and I want to wish you and every one of you the very best New Year you ever had.
We sure do, folks. And remember, we'll see you tomorrow night on the Music Hall.
Be sure to be with us at the same time next Sunday for the Amos and Andy Show, transcribed and directed by Cliff Howell. Now stay tuned for Our Miss Brooks, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
Of the CBS Radio Network.
Hello, my friends. The Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Program. Starring George Burns and Gracie Allen, with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking. And now George Burns and Heinz Honey, our presidential candidate who threw her hat in the ring and forgot to take it off, Gracie Allen.
Thank you very, very much.
Hello.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, at that sales girl at Bullock's Wilshire today.
What happened?
Well, I told her I wanted 2 pairs of silk stockings, a brassiere, and a girdle.
And what's so funny?
Well, you should have seen her face when she asked who they were for, and I said they were the President of the United States.
Oh, yes. Must have been a screen.
Oh.
Say, your campaign's sure been keeping you busy, hasn't it?
Oh, yes, Truman. I've been giving interviews, posing for pictures, appearing on radio programs. Well, last Sunday I was on Jack Benny's program.
I heard you, and you were swell.
Oh, well, thanks, Don.
You're welcome, Mary.
You know, Jack called for me in his Maxwell, and it was so romantic. All during the ride to the studio, he drove with one hand.
Well, where did he keep his other hand? Around your waist?
Well, no, on the fender. It kept falling off.
I'd like to see that, Maxwell.
Well, they certainly are swanky on the Benny program. As soon as we arrived at the studio, Rochester rushed up and took Jack's hat and coat. And
Did he take your hat and coat?
Oh, don't be silly. Mine wouldn't fit him.
No, not nearly as well as Jack.
No.
Hello, Frank.
Hello.
Oh, my, but my new Postmaster General looks pretty tonight.
Oh, thanks, Prez. Say, Gracie, when you were up there Sunday night, did you meet Dennis Day?
Oh, sure, I met him.
Well, confidentially, Gracie, what is he like?
What is he like? Well, he's got the most beautiful...
Well, never mind. Don't tell me.
Oh, say. You're not jealous, are you, Pinky?
Jealous? Say, what has he got that I didn't have before he got it? And if he has it, where did he get it?
Well, I happen to know that he gets hundreds of fan letters every day.
Well, he won't get them much longer.
He won't,
No.
You seem to forget that he has a wonderful voice.
And you seem to forget that I'm going to be the Postmaster General.
Yeah.
I think I see what you mean. But, Frank, do you know what you can get for fooling around with the mails?
Well, my sister Hazel got a fur coat.
Oh, quiet.
Well, Dennis Day is cute. He said he has half a mind to vote for me.
Well, if you get enough people with half a mind, you're bound to be elected.
Yeah, I know. Mary Livingston's going to be Queen of England.
Mary Livingston is going to be Queen of England?
That's what she said. She says, Gracie, when you're President of the United States, I'll be the Queen of England.
But only she'll get there first.
Oh, yeah?
Hello, Ray.
Hello. I say, Gracie, I'd like to ask you this. Is San Francisco part of the United States?
Well, I wouldn't know, Ray. You see, I was born there, but I left when I was 12 years old, and I never found out.
Of course San Francisco is part of the United States. Why?
Well, my band is playing there at the Palace Hotel, you know, and the people there are continually asking, how do you like it in this country, Mr. Noble?
And what do you say?
Well, of course, I try to flatter them, so I say I like their country nearly as well as my own good old USA.
Nice piece of flattery, Ray.
Oh, and last Thursday, I met Baby Snooks.
I know.
Baby Snooks and her daddy are going to vote for me, too.
No, they're not.
Why?
Vote for you, it's ridiculous.
Why?
Stop with that why. Baby Snooks is only 7 years old, and you've got to be 21.
Yeah, but she's got to vote 3 times.
Well, I never thought of that.
So, you know, it's a funny thing, George. From where I was standing, I could have sworn Baby Snooks looked just like Fanny Bryce.
Yeah. You know, they're slightly related.
Oh, that's why.
That's why, yeah.
Oh.
Say, Gracie, I heard you last week on Rudy Valley's program, too.
Oh, yes, and is that Rudy affectionate?
Say, wasn't that Francis Langford on the program?
Yeah, did you hear it?
No, Francis hasn't got a radio in her car.
Oh. Don't cancel your stamps.
Yesterday, a motorcycle cop stopped me for speeding, and I said, you can't stop me, officer. I've just been appointed to Supreme Court judge by our next president, Gracie Allen.
Oh, good for you, Truman.
Sure, right away, his whole attitude changed. He was very polite.
What do you mean by polite?
He took his hat off while he was writing out the ticket.
I thought so.
And last night I met Sid McGee and Molly. And Harlow Wilcox, the announcer, made a swell speech all about me.
Did he mention Johnson's floor wax?
Yeah, he saved that for the finish.
Oh, that's a bright finish.
You know, Molly's going to get all the girls in Wistful Vista to vote for me.
So what, 3 votes in Wistful Vista is a landslide?
Well, she said she's going to make her husband vote for me, too.
Pepper?
No, she's telling the truth.
Gracie, don't you know when people are pulling your leg?
No. You know, once I thought somebody was pulling my leg, but it was only my girdle tugging at my heartstrings.
Did you ever have your knee tapped with a hammer to test your reflexes?
Oh, sure, by a well-known psychiatrist.
Well, how about the little jerk?
Well, he charged me $5.
And believe me, it was worth it.
Well, anyhow, Molly was very happy to get my recipe for spaghetti a la Rand McNally.
Spaghetti a la Rand McNally?
Yes, instead of a recipe, I used a road map.
I see. Sort of a detour to indigestion.
Yes. Well, you see, the spaghetti covered with red sauce are the main highways.
I did.
And the plain white spaghetti are the unpaved highways.
Sounds very interesting.
Yes, and the meatballs mark the state capitals.
Well, with a dish like that, I guess the speed limit would be 15 meals an hour. How's that one, Frank?
Cheap underwear.
Cheap underwear?
It shrinks.
It does, Why do I always ask?
Oh, it's you.
I said, George, there's something I don't quite understand about politics.
What don't you understand, Ray?
This mudslinging.
Well, what about it?
Well, the money that the candidates use to buy the mud with, is that called the slush fund?
Yes, Ray, it's...
See, Ray, how's my campaign doing up in San Francisco?
Well, I didn't like the attitude of some of the people at the polls when I went to vote for you yesterday.
You tried to vote for Gracie yesterday?
Oh, of course, yes. I went into the booth and pulled the curtain across the front and turned that jolly little handle, and before I knew it, somebody was pouring water all over me.
Ray, that was a shower, and you turned it on yourself.
I don't care who did it. It was a dirty trick.
Well, the next time you see a voting booth marked laundry chute, step into it.
All right, sir.
Righto, yeah.
You know, Bob Hope is going to vote for me, too.
All right, so we ain't neat.
Oh, George, you should have been with me last night when I was on his program.
It's bad enough to be with you on this program.
Yeah, isn't it?
I mean, I don't like it.
Yeah, don't we have fun?
Oh, quiet. What about the Bob Hope program? Did he make a speech?
Well, did he?
Yes.
Well, I
mean,
started.
did you make a speech?
Well, I started to, but I stopped.
You stopped? Why?
Well, every time I opened my mouth, he brushed my teeth.
Do that every time. So Bob Hope was going to vote for you, huh?
Well, he said he didn't want to see me in the White House.
So what?
So I met him downstairs in the drugstore.
Well, that's nice. Did you meet Brenda and Cabina?
Oh, what station are they on?
They're on Bob Hope's show. The two female Draculas, two girls without shapes or teeth, and they both had beards.
Were they on the Bob Hope show?
Sure.
Oh, I thought I dreamt that.
Gracie, did anybody ever tell you that you were a little delirious?
Yeah, Dr. IQ Monday night. And he tried to quiz me.
He tried to quiz you?
Yeah, he put his arms around my waist and he quizzed me a little bit, and then I said I...
Never mind. Gracie, I've heard enough. Whole thing is absolutely...
Oh, it's probably my campaign manager.
Yeah, probably.
Heinz, Honey, and Allen Cream program. Heinz, Honey speaking. Yes. Who? Oh, hello. How are you? Fine. What? Can I recommend a good trucking company to move your things? Well, let me think now. How soon do you have to get out? Oh, that soon, huh? Well, I'm doing a program now, but I'll call you back later. Goodbye.
Who was that?
President Roosevelt.
It was, And now, Truman Bradley with a simple musical anthem.
Ever since school days, Anne had a sweetheart named Joe. And when Joe and Anne grew up, they were married. And should have lived happily ever after, but they didn't. For Anne started in doing dishes and cleaning house every day and forgot to take care of her hands. She should have used Heinz Honey and Almond Cream, you know. So one night, Joe looked at Anne and said,
Your hands give me the shivers. They're chapped and red. Just like a man's, rough as sandpaper.
Anne cried and cried. Then, being a very sensible girl, she stopped crying and bought herself a bottle of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. She used Heinz that day, and the next day, and every single day thereafter. Well, you know what happened. Heinz Honey and Almond Cream helped Anne win back her soft, thrilling honeymoon hands, in spite of all that housework. And back came her thrilling man, Joe, with more compliments than ever. Now, the moral of this little story is, use Heinz Honey and Almond Cream yourself for softer, smoother hands. For Heinz is extra creamy, extra softening, contains 2 vitamins, A and D. And Heinz gives you thrilling honeymoon hands for good. Now, here is Frank Parker.
Thanks, Drew. From the musical show, Roberta, by that master of melody, Jerome Kern, I'm going to sing an enchanting song, Lovely to Look At. What appeals to me is just your charm and dignity. Not what you wear, but just an air of great repose. You are quite perfect from your head down to your toes, both night and day. I am moved to say, lovely to look at, delightful to know, and heaven to kiss. A combination like this is quite my most impossible scheme come true. Imagine finding a dream like you. You're lovely to look at, it's thrilling to hold you terribly tight. For we're together, the moon is new, and oh, it's lovely to look at you tonight. Lovely to look at, delightful to know, and heaven to kiss. A combination like this is quite my most impossible scheme come true. Imagine finding a dream like you. You're lovely to look at, it's thrilling to hold you terribly tight. For we're together, the moon is new, and oh, it's lovely to look at you tonight. You're beautiful, my darling, just the way you look tonight.
That was the best I've heard that song done. It was beautiful.
Ah, thanks, boss. And just for that, I'll let you go through the post office as first-class mail.
Well, I'll sit right down and call myself a letter.
Oh, boys, I just found out a way to give all the other candidates a terrific licking.
A licking?
Uh-huh.
How?
Well, I'll put their pictures in all the stamps.
So to make it feel like 2 cents.
Yeah.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, Bubbles, you're late.
I know, but your campaign mail has been pouring in by the bucketful.
Oh, good. Dry it off and we'll read it.
Yes. Hang it on the line outside.
And listen to this telegram. Dear Gracie, your name came up at the polls today. Signed Admiral Byrd.
Aww. Isn't that sweet? He's discovering me, too.
The polls will be about the only place where you'll knock them cold.
Oh, George, listen to this one. Atta girl, Gracie. Show them what's in you. Los Angeles X-Ray Company.
They think you're going to be president, huh?
Well, they know it. They've got a little inside dope.
You're telling me.
And, Gracie, before you do another thing, you better decide where you're going to hold your convention.
Oh, yeah.
The surprise party convention, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I think you ought to hold it on the water, and if nobody calls for it in 30 days, you can keep it.
Well, that ain't the way I heard it, Johnny.
Oh, quiet.
See, convention. Oh, Bubbles, take a letter to Boston.
Boston?
Oh, yeah, they got swell baked beans there.
Well, I don't like baked beans. I like a good stew.
And my brother likes you, too.
Well, thanks.
All right, I'm ready.
All good. Boston, Mass. Dear sir.
I guess Mississippi would be dear madam.
Dear sir, in answer to the letter that you're going to write me, tear it up, Bubbles. I'm too busy.
Yeah, she's busy. You mean dizzy.
Gracie, how about holding your convention in Topeka? What do you think, George?
Well, I think the whole thing is silly. It's like a fellow who owned a restaurant and had a lot of rye bread that he couldn't sell.
Oh, pardon me, George, but if Gracie's elected, what are you going to do?
I'll take it easy. This fellow owned a restaurant.
Well, of course, if she's not elected, don't you take it too hard.
Yes, I'll kill myself. Or just kill myself.
And, Ray, I'm going to invite you to the White House for the Easter egg hunt.
Oh, you'll never regret it. I know how to color those eggs for you.
Do you? How?
Just put me on the dyes committee.
Oh, go.
Your convention in San Francisco. What do you think, George?
I think it's silly. It's like the fellow who owned a restaurant and had a lot of rye bread that he couldn't sell.
Good old San Francisco.
He had a lot of rye...
Good old San
Francisco.
Yes. I used to know a model there. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, a gorgeous figure, and boy, could she wear clothes.
Beautiful, huh?
Beautiful? Well, I went with her for 6 months before I found out she was a wax dummy.
Oh.
Yeah, she probably melted in your arms.
Say, Bubbles, I think I will hold my convention in San Francisco.
All right, hold it in San Francisco.
Well, what's the matter with Omaha?
There's nothing the matter with Omaha.
And why shouldn't I hold it in Omaha?
Nobody said that you shouldn't hold it in Omaha.
Well, then what's all the argument about?
There's no argument.
Oh. Well, when I make up my mind where to hold my convention, I make up my mind. Bubbles, take a letter.
All right, ready, Gracie.
Kalamazoo, Michigan.
Oh, nuts.
Dear Cal. Tear it
yeah,
up.
tear it up.
Busy.
He's too busy, yes. Bubbles, if I were you, I'd write with the eraser.
Gracie, how about holding the convention in Cleveland?
I think the whole thing is silly. It's like that man who owned a restaurant and he had a lot of rye bread that he couldn't sell.
I agree with George. That's where we ought to hold it.
Where?
In that restaurant.
What restaurant?
With that man who has all
Ray,
that
will you leave
bread.
me alone?
Say, Gracie, how about Atlantic City?
Oh, Atlantic City would be wonderful. That's where the Elks hold their convention.
Yeah, but you're not running for the Elks.
No, but the last time I was there, 2 Elks ran for me.
Well, Gracie, you remember that old saying, a rolling elk gathers no moose. I kind of like that, Truman, huh?
No.
No.
What are you laughing at?
George, imagine Gracie elected and me a Supreme Court judge sitting on the bench selling Heinz honey and almond cream.
Yeah, I can see you now within that long black robe.
Yeah, and me alongside him holding his soft white hand.
Yeah. George, it'll sound something like this. In the case of the people versus rough red hands, I find that the defendants, Old Man Winter and Old Lady Housework, did willfully and intentionally inflict upon the plaintiffs bodily harm in the form of dried, chapped hands.
He's another Lawton.
The evidence shows that your hands can thrill some of the people some of the time, some of the people all of the time, but for hands that thrill all the people all of the time, use Heinz honey and almond cream. Case dismissed.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Ah, well, I get it, Truman. The Supreme Quart is the dollar bottle.
Comical and economic.
Thank you.
Say, Bubbles, that settles it. I'll hold my convention in Omaha. Take a letter.
All right.
Omaha, Nebraska. Dear Neb.
Dear Neb,
Well, Miss Allen, you know our party emblem, the mama kangaroo with a baby kangaroo in the pouch?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, the baby is lost.
Well, how did that happen?
Mama's got a hole in her pocket.
Get out. Get out.
I say, George, what is a kangaroo?
Kangaroo is an animal that lives on mountaintops.
Really? What a strange type.
Ray, do you know that you and Gracie are nuts?
That's what Jerry Colonna keeps telling them down at the office.
Oh, now what do they say?
They say, we know.
We know, and so do we.
Gracie, your letter.
Oh, yes. Omaha, Nebraska, dear Neb. You know, Judge, I love Omaha. I'd even live in Omaha except for one thing.
What's that?
Too far from the White House.
Yes. Be too long of a walk to the office every day.
Yeah. Letter. Omaha, Nebraska, dear Neb. I will feed
Hey,
you...
Gracie, at your convention, are you taking a straw vote?
Yes.
Well, then I better not take my felt hat.
Oh, stop. I can explain how silly this whole thing is. Just listen to me for 1 minute. It's like a fellow who had a restaurant and he had a lot of rye bread that he couldn't sell.
Now, please, Judge, Bubbles is writing. Bubbles, read back the letter.
Omaha, Nebraska. Dear Ned, it's just like that fellow who had a restaurant and he had a lot of rice.
Wait a minute. That's the letter?
Yes.
Doesn't make sense. It's ridiculous. It's stupid.
Well, then why were you trying to tell it?
Oh, come on. was beautiful. Isn't that composition from your Indian suite?
Yes, darling.
Oh, go away.
Oh, come on in, Charlie. Boys, this is Charlie Henderson.
Hello, Charlie. How
Charlie Henderson, George Burns.
How do you do, Mr. Henderson?
You're Mr. Henderson.
Oh, excuse me. I'm a little nearsighted. You mind if I sit down?
No. Chair is over there.
Oh, pardon me. I washed my eyes this morning, and I can't do a thing with them.
Gracie, where did you find this guy?
I got him in a raffle.
In a raffle?
Yeah, I lost.
Oh, you were framed. What does he do?
Well, he's a songwriter. He wrote my campaign song.
Campaign song? And he wrote it?
Yes.
You don't believe me? I'll play the piano for you.
I'd like to hear it. You're supposed to open the piano first, you know.
Oh, gee. I washed my ears this morning and can't hear a thing.
Oh, no.
Well, he's a great songwriter. You know how a songwriter needs a partner? One fellow writes the music and one writes the words?
Yes.
Well, he has two partners.
Two partners?
Yes, one writes the lyrics and the other writes the melody.
What does he do?
He turns the pages.
Smart as a whip.
Gracie, shall I play the campaign song on the bass fiddle?
Oh, sure, Charlie.
Boy, this is a beautiful bass fiddle. Well, here I go.
That's Bubbles, and get away from her.
Mind your own business, Mr. Burns.
Look, Charlie, will you go and sit down in the audience until we're through?
Okay. Mr. Burns, where are the steps?
Right over there, right here.
Never mind, I found them.
Probably washed his feet and couldn't do a thing with them.
Oh, George, you'll be crazy about my campaign song. You see, every president had a campaign song. Even George Washington had a campaign song.
Well, what was it?
The song of the cherry tree.
Song of the cherry tree?
Yeah, well, chop, chop, chop.
Oh, all right, stop.
How about sailing along on Moonlight Bay?
For a campaign song?
No, to look for a place to hold Gracie's convention.
Yes, Ray, we'll go right now.
Oh, then I'd better run home and pack my robe up.
Yes, do that,
Yes.
do that, yes.
You know, George, it's not easy to write a campaign song. Charlie was 6 months doing this song.
Why?
Well, they wouldn't let him out any sooner.
That's a smart kid.
Yeah, Charlie wrote this song by ear.
By ear?
Well, how else can you hold a pencil when you're in a straitjacket?
Well, he could hold it in his mouth.
Well, where would he put his fountain?
I don't know. You brought him in here.
Well, he's a fine composer. He writes for strings and for brass. One time he even got money.
Yes, that was when he wasn't looking.
Say, speaking of campaign songs, the Postmaster General ought to have a little number. George, do you know Margie?
Yes.
Has she got a phone?
What about Edna?
Temporarily disconnected.
Get it.
George, I must tell you about Charlie.
I'd rather hear your campaign song.
Well, in a minute. You see, Charlie learned to play a saxophone by mail.
By mail?
Yeah, he didn't have a saxophone.
So what'd he do?
Well, he used to blow his lessons into an envelope and send it to a friend who had a saxophone.
Well, I've heard enough about him, Gracie.
Well, very few people know this, but Charlie played the Flight of the Bumblebee on the piccolo.
How did it leak out?
Through the hole.
Oh, it did. Well, I'm glad to hear that.
And now I'll introduce my... See? Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. She's the best little skipper in the land. Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. Won't you please give this little girl a hand? That's me. Even big politicians don't know what to do. Gracie doesn't know either, but neither do you. So vote for Gracie. To win the presidential race, 100 million strong. That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie. Keep voting all day long.
Keep voting all day long. Keep voting all day long. Fill up the ballot box. Keep voting all day long. Gracie, rock, rock, rock.
My friend, are you so Gracie? Well, thanks. Would you like to hear Frank Parker sing my song?
Gracie! Figaro! Say, Gracie, there's something you ought to know. I'm for Gracie, to lead the boys of Mary Casey.
100 million strong.
That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie. Keep voting all day long. And now who'd like to hear George sing a chorus?
Thank you.
Or vote for Gracie, so I can be by myself. Please vote for Gracie, so I'll be happy on the shelf. If she's elected, I'll be neglected, so I can stay home and play solitaire and keep that silly dame out of my hair.
Vote for Gracie, he's the best little kipper in the land. Vote for Gracie, Gracie, Gracie. Won't you please give this little girl a hand? She'll bring honor and fame to the feminine sex.
If you can't write your name, you can vote with the next.
Vote for Gracie.
Spell Gracie.
Accept no substitute.
She's pretty and she's cute.
Vote for Gracie, a Ruthie Tootsie Toot. Vote for Gracie, yes, yes. Vote for Gracie, yes, yes.
The country's going Gracie, so can you.
Hey! Vote, 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 vote.
Uncle Sam, let me paddle your canoe. I'm just like Joan of Arc. I hear destiny call. It's the call to the ballpark to throw out the ball.
Vote for Gracie. You win the presidential racing. 100 million strong.
That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie. Isn't it fun?
Keep voting all day long.
Well, we're certainly having winter with a vengeance. Daily reports of freezing temperatures, sleet storms raging from coast to coast. Now, sleet and bitter cold wind can chap your hands severely. If you must go outdoors in this weather, be sure to lotion your hands first with Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. Take a tip from thousands of outdoor workers who use Heinz regularly. Telephone linemen, cross-country truck drivers, farmers, men whose jobs keep them out in the worst weather. They've found from experience that Heinz is extra creamy, extra softening, and works fast to help keep hands smooth and comfortable. Well, naturally, if Heinz helps extreme chapping like that, then you know it will help guard your family against chapping in all kinds of weather. And say, you know that dry, winter, itchy feeling you get all over, especially when you wear heavy woolen clothing? Well, just try Heinz as a body rub after your bath. It feels wonderfully soothing to chapped, tender skin. You can get Heinz Honey and Almond Cream at the nearest toilet goods counter in 10, 25, and 50-cent sizes, and the big dollar bottle, which is economical for family use. Remember Heinz, spelled H-I-N-D-S.
Thanks, Truman. Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Well, good night. Well, I've got to run home and knit a sweater for the little stranger who's coming to the White House.
What little stranger?
The Vice President.
Good night, all.
Now you can take your choice, Heinz Hand Cream or Heinz Lotion. Or best of all, treat yourself to both. Heinz Hand Cream comes in smart red and white jars. Like the famous lotion, Heinz Hand Cream is a quick softener for rough hands. It's inexpensive, too, in two sizes, only 10 cents and 39 cents a jar.
Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. She's the best little skipper in the land. Vote for Gracie.
Join us again next Wednesday at the same time over these same stations. Good night. Truman Bradley speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Politicians don't know what to do. Gracie doesn't know either, but neither do you. So vote for Gracie.